I was the vice chair of this committee last interim, and I am happy to be joining you again, serving on the committee this interim. I'll preside as chair until a new chair and vice chair are elected, and so I guess we will do both roll call
Can we
and
ask the
text
crowd to please be quiet? Thank you.
in one. Um, I'm going to ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Senator Daly? Here. Senator Titus? Here. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod?
Here.
Assemblyman DeLong? Assemblywoman Taylor? Here. Senator Scheibel?
Here, thank you. So by my count, we do have a quorum, and I understand that we have already filled the primary room in Carson City with people in the audience who are here either to give public comment or to observe our meeting. We have opened up an overflow room. That is in 3138. So I'll repeat that one more time. The overflow room is 3138. I think it's right next door to 3137, but it's certainly not far. So anybody who wasn't able to find a seat in the room with the members can go next door and still be able to hear and see and participate in our meeting the same. That also indicates to me that we have a number of people wishing to give public comment. We will get to that. First, let me just get through a few very quick housekeeping items. I want to make sure that everybody knows to turn off their cell phones. And on the opposite side of that same coin, I hope that you will have patience with our members as we utilize our phones and our computers and other electronic devices to keep up with the meeting. All of the meeting materials are available, for example, online, and so we may be switching from a laptop screen to look at those, and we invite you to log on through the Nellis, the legislative website, and access any materials that you might need to refer to during this meeting. We will, for anybody who is not familiar yet, we will be taking public comment both at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting. If you are coming up to make a public comment, we limit those comments to 2 minutes per person, and you can approach the table in the front of the room, and when you approach that table, you have to turn on the microphone first. You can give your comment. Please start with your name and a spelling if it's not common. When you're finished with your comment, we ask that you turn the microphone back off and return to your seat and allow the next person present to make comment to fill that seat behind you. We'll also be taking public comment over the phone and over the Zoom, depending on the technical requirements of the meeting. All public comment does have to be limited to something that is A, not on our agenda for today, but B, is related to the work that this committee does or related to the jurisdiction of this committee. Any comments that are not relevant or out of order will be cut off, and we'll ask you to submit them in writing, which brings me to my next point. Thank you, everybody who's already submitted their public comments in writing. Those are all uploaded to the Nellis website. They're also shared with all of the members of this committee. I know that I read every single one of them. I encourage the rest of the committee to do the same, and so having a written comment is the same force and effect as making your comment today in person. I think those are most of the housekeeping items that I want to get through now. We'll take care of some more after we elect a chair and vice chair, but seeing as it's already 1:15, let's go ahead and take our first public comment section. I am going to limit this public comment to 30 minutes total. And as a reminder, we will still have public comment at the end of the meeting. This will allow us to stay almost on schedule for all of the presenters who have already taken the time out of their day to be here and join us. And so if broadcast and my colleagues in both locations are ready, we will start with public comment in person in Las Vegas. Is there anybody in Las Vegas wishing to give public comment in person? I don't see anybody in the room in Las Vegas. So
there's no one here.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Axelrod. We will go up to Carson City and take public comment in person in Carson City, starting with the first person seated at the table. You will have 2 minutes. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Yolanda Canuck, last name is Knaak. I live at 650 Martis Peak Drive in Incline Village. I was very disappointed with the vote of the TRPA on December 13th to allow urbanization of Incline Village. This vote must be reversed. We cannot do that in Incline Village. The problems we have in Incline Village is evacuation. I should just clarify, the vote was actually like an initial step. It was for 900 housing development, and I talked to one of the TRPA members recently, and he said, "Oh, I didn't vote to urbanize Incline Village," and so I went back to re-listen, and he did vote in favor of 900 new the housing development with the plan. Their plan is to then, the next step is 6,000. And the problem we have in Incline Village is evacuation. If you look at the Caldor fire in South Lake Tahoe, that was a nightmare. And that was a Caldor fire that was headed towards South Lake Tahoe. If it had been a South Lake Tahoe fire, those people would have been toast. And in Incline Village, we have even fewer roads to evacuate on. And our fire chief says we can only go one way on the 2-lane roads. We can't take up both lanes because he says he has to have people coming in to help fight the fire. I also looked into getting another, widening the roads. You can't widen the roads. I looked into other options, and there aren't any, not at this point. So this absolutely must, for the safety of the people in Incline Village. We have over 8,000 people registered to vote there. We have people that are non-voters. We have children. We have thousands of people that come there every day during the summer especially. And with new developments, they're not going to be able to, especially with the urbanization, increased height and density. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Tess Opferman here on behalf of the League to Save Lake Tahoe, also known as the League, or by our motto, Keep Tahoe Blue. The League is the oldest and largest environmental organization in Tahoe, working to protect the lake for over 65 years. Usually it's Kyle Davis who's here on behalf of the League, and he's been working extensively in partnership with the League's CEO, Darcy Collins, for over 10 years, and with this committee and with the state of Nevada to ensure the bi-state compact is upheld and state resources are directed to lake-saving projects and programs. We very much look forward to working with you all during the interim year and the upcoming session. The League's staff of scientists and policy experts, specifically Darcy Collins and Gavin Feiger, are available as resources for all things Tahoe. They work in partnership with the TRPA and other agencies around the lake to address Tahoe's biggest threats and are grateful to represent the broader Tahoe partnership as a leading collaborative partner. We look forward to seeing you at future committee meetings, especially those at the lake. Thank you for your leadership through this committee to help keep Tahoe blue.
Good afternoon, Brett Tibbetts, Tibbitts. I'm with the Tahoe East Shore Alliance. I'm here today to plead with you to actually oversee the TRPA. There is no effective oversight of the TPRA today. They come here often and ask you for money and then come back and give you a glossy presentation. That is not oversight. The TRPA cries out for oversight. A few examples. Number one, the TRPA has the most pathetic conflict of interest rules I have ever seen in 42 years as a lawyer. Cindy Gustafson, the TRPA chair, is married to Wally Auerbach, who owns one of the biggest engineering firms at the lake. Many clients of Auerbach come to the TRPA for approval, but the TRPA conflict rules do not require Ms. Gustafson to disclose the conflict or ever recuse herself. Two, one lawyer, Lou Feldman, represents virtually every developer before the TRPA. He knows more about the TRPA rules than anyone at the TRPA and always gets what he wants. I have never seen one lawyer representing virtually all clients before a governmental agency. Three, the The TRPA wants to reduce roadway capacity around the lake to add bike paths. It does not care about wildfire evacuations or reduced ambulance response times that come with reduced roadway capacity. We are sitting ducks to become the next Lahaina or Paradise, California. 4, the TRPA often approves massive new projects without any consideration for evacuation planning or parking. 0 parking requirements. So people park on the street. 5, the 15-member TRPA board is too big. Barely 1/3 live anywhere near the lake. They fly in and fly out for board meetings. Despite the lake having 55,000 residents, not a single resident serves on the board or any of its committees by reason of being a resident. Residents are constantly shut out and disregarded by the TRPA. I could explain much more if you would give me more than 120 seconds. Thank you.
My name is Alex Sigdenis, TSI, GDI, NOS. I'm a full-time resident of Incline Village on the lake's north shore. We need TRPA to protect Lake Tahoe and the basin. It's a national treasure under Nevada and California stewardship. Yet incredibly, you are the only government body with oversight responsibilities over that bi-state agency. California has none. Please use your oversight, influence, and budgetary control to refocus TRPA on the vital environmental mission it was formed to carry out. Many here have or will spell out in more detail what we feel TRPA needs to do and how it should be reformed. I'll focus solely on ethics. Long ago, as a young officer in the United States Navy, it was drilled into me to ask myself 2 basic questions as a sniff test for ethical behavior and conflicts of interest. First, are you avoiding even the appearance of impropriety? And second, are you absolutely certain your tax dollar expenditures and your official and unofficial relationships are appropriate? If the answer is no to those questions, or even if you find yourself equivocating, that's a big red flag. And on those grounds, I fear the red flag is waving at TRPA. Today, TRPA governors, county officials, misleadingly named nonprofits that sometimes receive Nevada tax monies, have a tangled web of leadership, boards, and cozy relationships. Many also have close ties to commercial developers. The governors have no term limits. There's even a financial firewall against Freedom of Information Act requests. Over the years, this has resulted in the loss of checks and balances, of TRPA's public credibility, its effectiveness in environmental policymaking, as well as in mission creep. I urge you to require TRPA to adopt a strict code of ethics and conflict of interest policy as a requirement of receiving state funding. Please help restore TRPA to the truly independent watchdog and publicly accountable agency it must be so that future generations of Nevadans and Americans can experience the natural wonder that is Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Ellie Waller, Douglas County resident. The 2012 TRPA Tahoe Regional Plan is stale. Existing conditions have changed and environmental impacts go unchecked, in my opinion. This needs to be remedied. We continue to get a barrage from the nonprofits TRPA about successes, but at what expense to the taxpayers and federal government? In 2010, 2 nonprofits emerged, the Tahoe Prosperity Center and the Tahoe Fund, before the 2012 Regional Plan update. Each have unique but similar missions, and now we have the Tahoe Destination Stewardship nonprofit emergence in June 2023. They are all connected and incestuous with TRPA members, nonprofits plus agencies. Transparency is necessary. All these groups are trying to define the issues with more plans than one can keep track of with this resounding message from the TRPA. We still need more money from public-private partnerships, the local jurisdictions, and the federal government. The 777 plan was introduced and Assembly Concurrent Resolution 5 emerged. Things have gotten way too cozy with Tahoe governance. In my opinion, lots of special interests, nonprofits, stakeholder committees, and agencies are feeding at the lake's TRPA monetized trough. I strongly urge you not to endorse anything today until you review the most up-to-date annual audit required by NRS 277.220, available from the library as I found it. I reviewed the 2022 and 2023 audits and found the 2022 audit with benchmarks and more thorough info on performance to be more comprehensive than the 2023 audit. This committee is charged with the oversight and reviewing the budget, programs, activities, responsiveness, and accountability of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. The public wants to ensure that there isn't duplicity in the utilization of federal funds and grants. Thank you. Last name Waller.
My name is Ralph Miller. I'm a resident of Cave Rock Estates. What is Tahoe? What is Tahoe? Because without a common vision of that, how can we provide governance and oversight over the Tahoe Planning Authority? Well, in a lot of ways, Tahoe might be like Las Vegas. It's a big draw, lots of visitors, lots of activities, with one major difference. Before Tinseltown was built, there was nothing but barren desert. That's not the case here. There is something here that is significant and needs preservation. And we need to make sure that preservation of this wondrous natural event, place, is paramount in the planning. Not development, not industrialization, not profit, not incestuous relationships as have been discussed. It took great vision and courage to establish the National Park Service. And the National Park Service was established with a mission very similar to the mission that TRPA was established with, to oversee and preserve natural wonders for generations to come. I think that constantly thinking of national park when we're thinking about Tahoe is really critical. Not economic development, not new features. So what do we have today? Recently, on Kale, we have a whole bunch of million-dollar condos in high-rise construction directly on the shores of Lake Tahoe.
That is 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Think National Park.
Hello, I am Robert Byron, that's B-Y-R-E-N, and I live along the east shore of Lake Tahoe. And like many, I'm concerned by the pro-development posture that TRPA has adopted in recent years. As a member of the Tahoe East Shore Alliance Tech Team, we studied the wildfire evacuation problem in the Tahoe Basin and concluded that the Paradise, California, and Lahaina disasters would pale in comparison to tens of thousands of lives lost should a Caldor-like fire threaten the South and East Lake communities from the west. Our conclusions: better forest management, reduced emergency response time, streamlined evacuation procedures, and improved capacity along US 50 as the primary evacuation corridor. But without some control over new development, these measures will always fall short. TRPA's approval of new housing, mid-rise condos, mixed-use zoning, and beach resort townhouse projects in an area already overpopulated will just add to the evacuation traffic load and exacerbate the death toll. Photos Travel recently rated Lake Tahoe within the top 10 resorts that vacationers should, and I quote, reconsider, which is a nice way of saying avoid, as a result of overdevelopment and congestion. Our roads are unpassable, our beaches overcrowded and littered, and our campsites bursting at the seams. TRPA needs to abide by its organizing mandate, as stated in the Bi-State Compact, which is to establish a balance between the natural environment and the human-made environment. As the TRPA Oversight Committee, it's your responsibility and it's within your authority to hold TRPA to its original goals. And I thank you.
Elizabeth Learnhardt, Zephyr Cove. when the wish to look good prevents us from truly doing good. This adage describes today's predicament for TRPA. With its long-standing restrictive policies on construction, TRPA has been destroying development and tourism alike in the Tahoe Basin. Sensible tourism is necessary for communities like South Lake Tahoe to survive. Rather than defining their environmental goals, ideology and moral grandstanding has been the agenda of TRPA. They joined forces with a few large resorts to create entities that charge for everything from parking to just having the privilege to drive up to the lake. Their 777 plan wants to implement taxes for locals, local business, as well as tourists and commuting employees. They have pushed through ARC 5 last year, which gets this plan one step closer to implication. This is TRPA bypassing the public vote on taxes, as is required by the Bi-State Compact. Caldor Fire and the botched evacuation should have been a wake-up call. But when the complete streets, road diets, reducing vehicle miles traveled are on the agenda, the reduced environmental impact and conducting a comprehensive emergency evacuation plan and environmental impact plan are just not their priority. Just like after the Angora fire, it might require a class action suit to make TRPA change course. I'm asking you today to say no to any further funding unless these studies are performed. And the TRPA is submitting to Governor Lombardo's decision to keep the 4 lanes on Highway 50. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, my name is Robert Aaron, Aaron. I am here representing the International Children's Declaration, the Declaration on the Protection on the Human Rights of Children in a Digital Age. First, I'd like to thank you for this meeting, and I thank the Legislative Council Bureau and the Legislative Committee for review and oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. I am a 30-year resident of the Lake Tahoe Basin, a proud father of 2 and married to my beautiful wife Ann for 27 years, and an avid water enthusiast. I want to draw your attention today to a critical challenge facing Lake Tahoe. It is plastic pollution. I will make some essential points. As recently reported, plastic is being discovered in places we never thought of, our blood and bodies. This material is appearing as plastic sewage on Lake Tahoe's pristine shorelines in all sizes. Also recently discovered is that Tahoe Regional Planning Agency approved cell towers disguised as trees containing approximately 10,000 pounds per tower of this material and have the potential and have already released these materials into the surrounding environment. I collected it and sent it in. It had lead in it. This is illegal. This material is entering our drinking water. What are the 2 agencies responsible for protecting the communities, the environment, the inhabitants, and the children doing? I believe a dereliction of duty and a failure to follow their bi-state compact. That means you, TRPA, and the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. These agencies are captured by commercial interests. They are refusing to lift a finger despite our multiple appeals and evidence. Some of the important legal issues hopefully will soon be decided in the Federal Eastern District Court of Sacramento in the case of Isaac Stecken versus TRPA and others, which I sent to you provided in the email in a PDF form. I believe each of you should intelligently and carefully read it. It is of the critical moment at this late stage of our entire Lake Tahoe regional communities to stand together to save and protect this vital resource. Our group has strategic path forward, and we are here to share with everyone. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Janet McDougall. I'm a 60-year resident of South Shore. I spent 6 long years leading a group concerned with the proliferation of vacation rentals around the lake. We attended governing board and committee meetings to highlight the negative effects on our communities and the environment. I also contacted the former executive director's office to request a meeting to discuss our concerns, but wasn't given the courtesy of a response, nor was a lower-level staff member directed to contact me. So I went to the board to request they direct staff to contact me. Again, crickets. Being dismissed by people charged with serving the public exudes an arrogance that is beyond inappropriate. While our attempts failed, the basin's preeminent development attorney was granted repeated access, including lunch meetings, with this same executive director. As a former public servant, I can't imagine blowing off a citizen in this manner. Yet I am aware that attorneys for developers often go to great lengths to lobby staff. It happened to me while working for the city and the South Tahoe Redevelopment Agency, and I'm certain it occurs with TRPA staff. Many of the development projects that have been approved or are now in the pipeline present conditions that require significant environmental review, yet in some cases this essential review is lacking. And many projects seek to privatize public beaches and lake access and or build luxury developments. The lake belongs to everyone, not just those financially well off. Many of TRPA's actions appear arbitrary. In particular, many parcels of land that had been deemed environmentally sensitive and unbuildable now have been developed with large homes. Apparently, if you have money to sprinkle on that sensitive land, you can do whatever you like. I often wonder how the previous owners of this land who paid taxes for years but were denied the ability to build would feel upon seeing this new development. I could speak for hours concerning this agency, the exceptional actions it took in the past to protect our fragile environment, and how it now is failing in its mission on so many fronts. An overhaul is needed, and local residents need a seat at the table to aid in getting this wayward organization back on track. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for listening to our pleas.
Hello, my name is Natalie Yanish. I'm a resident of Kingsbury Grade. I've been there since 2002. I wanted to give you some comments. I don't feel like the sky is falling like some of the others in the room here. I believe that there has been some good movement forward with the TRPA, and specifically I've been on the Tahoe Living Revitalization and Community Working Group for a number of years since it was founded, and we've had some regulations that were relaxed that is helping to increase density for new housing development, which is needed for the workforce that lives in Lake Tahoe. We are a resort area. We have transient workforce that needs to be housed, and this also helps with going forward with the goals of the EIP as far as vehicle miles traveled, because a lot of these areas that these developments are going to be in are going to allow people to live in the community, work in the community where they live, and be able to get transit locally. So I am pleased that the TRPA board has passed a number of amendments that are going to help with that. We have an aging infrastructure. No one would have ever built Lake Tahoe the way that it is right now. That if there was a planner who came in, they would scratch their heads at it, right? So what we need to do is we need to try to improve the access for people who want to redevelop in Lake Tahoe to deal with the aging infrastructure and the homes that we have that are there now, because it's just not conducive to the community needs. I also want to say I serve on the Kingsbury General Improvement District as a board of trustee, and stormwater is a very large issue that we deal with at the lake. As a small local jurisdiction, we do a lot of the heavy lifting as far as reducing sediment that goes into the lake, and we're not getting a lot of funding that's coming back to our organization, which does a lot of that sediment removal, which is part of the TMDL, which is the sediment reduction levels that were signed off by the counties. That's the Tahoe maximum daily load of sediment that goes into Lake Tahoe, and that mainly comes off of the roads. So we're doing a lot of street sweeping. We're investing in that, and our community does, and we pay for that as residents in our local area. And so it would be nice to see some of those funds coming back in so that we can continue that work. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to take one more commenter in person in Carson City, and then we're going to go to the phones. So we'll go ahead and take that last person in Carson City in person. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
I'm Rhonda Tyser. I'm an Incline resident for 34 years. Today, if TRPA wants state funds, it must meet state priorities by reducing cars in the Tahoe Basin. So far, what TRPA has done hasn't worked. In 2023, there were millions of Tahoe tourists driving millions of miles in their cars around Lake Tahoe. Most of these tourists did not reside in the basin, and most of those miles were for recreation and sightseeing. Perversely, TRPA focused its 2023 car reduction efforts on Tahoe residents' use of their cars. Yes, TRPA voted to increase density in town centers so residents can walk to stores and take a bus to work. And TRPA voted to allow accessory dwelling units to increase the number of residents in residential districts. In 2023, we had 55,500 residents, but 15 million tourists. TRPA should focus car reduction policies not on our 55,000 lake-loving residents, but on those 15 million tourists. The obvious solution to minimizing cars in the basin is to create high-tech shuttle services from rim parking lots near or outside the basin, and those shuttles should travel to specific tourist destinations. We don't need huge parking lots at mobility hubs inside the basin like the Tahoe Transportation District plans to create. We need free shuttle vans from rim lots and on-demand microtransit inside the basin. By all metrics, so far, that's what has worked and will work best to save the lake. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will go over to the phones. I'd like to remind everybody there will be another public comment period at the end of our meeting. So broadcast, if we could have the first caller, please.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, they can hear you. Please go ahead.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
I guess I'm on. I don't hear anything. My name's Aaron Vanderpool. I've been blessed to have lived at Lake Tahoe all my life, mostly on the Nevada side. I submitted written public for the minutes attached to this meeting, but I'm calling in right now because I attended Catherine Hayhoe's presentation earlier today that was hosted in part by TRPA. Ms. Hayhoe's voice may resonate with those who attended. Inspired by Ms. Hayhoe and even Jeff Cohen of TRPA's comment at the end, I want to say that I am here providing public comment because I care. I don't believe we need more infrastructure or building more reasons for people to come to Lake Tahoe as TRPA and lobbying organizations are doing. These actions are harming us and the taxpayers outside of Tahoe that fund this stuff. As Catherine Hayhoe inferred, the more people and infrastructure in these settings and changing conditions, the more costs and risks associated with climate change. If you read my submitted comment, you'll find the details to my reasoning here. TRPA and other agencies plan to supposedly make Tahoe better are often fake marketing or misguided by other people who think who care but are doing the things they think but are not correct. They think that paving sidewalks that also contain plastics throughout the forest will help traffic. It does not. It creates more reasons for people to come here and degrades the environment. There's too much money corrupting TRPA's mission right now. I believe TRPA's recent actions and those pushed by agencies surrounding them are destroying the very reasons people come to Lake Tahoe, and destroying TRPA's core mission, making it more dangerous, less affordable. After attending this important talk hosted by TRPA of Ms. Hayhoe, I don't want her voice of action to be used as marketing for the wrong actions going forward. We need TRPA to protect ourselves by protecting the environment. They need to stop wasting money on projects that are in conflict with development and growth.
Thank you so much. Next caller, please.
Yes, good afternoon. For the record, Fred Voltz, V-O-L-T-Z. Beyond glossy pictures and glittering generalities, you will soon hear about TRPA's claimed glories. Yet TRPA's staff and member agencies continue to abdicate key environmental responsibilities already mentioned. Here's one more instance. Widespread and uncontained human trash attracts bears and other wildlife into urban areas while polluting the lake. It also leads to high death rates as wildlife attempt to cross busy highways and ingest food-laden plastic. For almost 10 years, TRPA has hidden behind the excuses of local control, which has not worked, enforcement, which is up to the individual jurisdictions, not TRPA, to perform, and cost, without considering the cost of dead wildlife, deteriorating water quality, and wasting law enforcement resources. If humans are the most intelligent species, the excuse that bears and other wildlife have access to allegedly secure trash containers disproves human ingenuity. Yosemite, Mammoth Lakes, Boulder and Durango, Colorado, Cranbrook, British Columbia have all widely implemented wildlife-proof trash containers. Why not similarly situated Lake Tahoe? TRPA needs to pass an ordinance requiring universal wildlife-proof trash containment throughout the basin. No more stalling, no more abba-dabba. The ordinance allows each jurisdiction to modify existing trash hauling contracts. If TRPA continues to ignore sound environmental stewardship, Nevada's legislature should materially withhold funding. Thank you.
Hello, Helen Neff, Incline Village resident, and a person very concerned with road safety. First, on a positive note, the recently released comprehensive and well-prepared TRPA draft Vision Zero strategy identifies needed road safety improvements, which we hope will be swiftly implemented. This is a needed step in the right direction, and my gratitude to the TRPA transportation planners that address this issue. I submitted written comment for this meeting regarding transportation issues around Lake Tahoe. It is frustrating that rather than focusing on providing efficient solutions to integrate resident and visitor transit needs, TRPA and TTD continually propose projects that do not best serve local residents and then wonder why people are disillusioned. TRPA supports lake area parking lots for visitors, such as Spooner Summit, yet eliminates the parking requirements for affordable housing. TRPA Governing Board votes for development that increases height limits and allows 100% coverage with the argument that more density will create a walkable town center, ignoring objections that amending development code without providing transit options does not create a walkable town center. Instead, the public is told that the buildings have to be built first to create the demand for transit. TRPA approved through a consent item a 40-unit luxury condominium project in Incline Village directly next to an F-rated intersection, but took no steps to make the intersection safer for pedestrians or cyclists, again saying the development alone will create a walkable town center. There are additional issues with the Incline Village Mobility Hub that's proposed and the Crystal Bay to Incline Village bike path that are detailed in my written comments. Without immediate and effective action, the transportation woes in the Lake Tahoe Basin are likely to persist, negatively impacting the environment, the visitor experience, and most important, the overall quality of life for residents in the region. Thank you.
Chair, you have no more callers at this time.
All right, thank you so much. That takes us to 30 minutes of public comment, actually just a little bit more than 30 minutes. So I will now close the first public comment period and move on to the next item on our agenda. This is the selection of a chair and vice chair for the committee. This is required by Nevada Statute 218E.555. According to the statute, the chair should be from one house, the vice chair should be from the other house, and I will accept a nomination for chair from anybody who is ready. I'm not seeing okay. Excellent. Now I see my colleagues in Carson City. Please go ahead, Assemblymember Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, excuse me. I would like to nominate Senator Daley for the position of chair.
And I would like to second that nomination.
All right, Senator Daley has been nominated as chair by Assemblymember Taylor with a second from Assemblymember Bilbray Axelrod. Is there any discussion on the nomination? I can't really see all of you, so I'm going to trust that anybody would jump in if they had anything. Otherwise, we are going to move straight to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, I hear a couple ayes. Anybody opposed? I don't hear or see any opposition, so I'm going to call that a unanimous vote. And therefore, the motion passes to nominate Senator Daley as the new chair of the TRPA and Marlette Lake System Oversight Committee. I think I still do the nominations for vice chair. So if we have a nomination for vice chair, I will take that now. Anybody with a nomination has permission to speak. I'm sorry, I just can't see you all.
That's okay. This Assemblymember Taylor, Madam Chair, I would like to.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to nominate Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod to serve as vice chair.
I will second that. Is there any discussion on the nomination of Assemblymember Bilbray Axelrod as vice chair? Not seeing any discussion, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Again, I am going to declare this a unanimous motion. I don't see anybody gesticulating wildly that I missed something. So congratulations to our new chair, Senator Daley, and our vice chair, Assemblymember Bilbray Axelrod. With that, I am happy to pass over the symbolic gavel to my colleague, Senator Daley, who will take over as chair of this interim committee and of this meeting. So please go ahead, Senator Daley.
Thank you, Senator Scheibel, and thank you, committee, for the vote of confidence and your able help in the beginning of the meeting today. So at this time, I just introduce myself. If you don't know me, my name is Skip Daley. I represent Senate District 13, which is entirely in Washoe County in northern Nevada. Lived in Nevada my whole life. I'm familiar with Lake Tahoe, some of the issues, but I'm learning. I'm not an expert on all of it. I plan on asking a lot of questions and not taking anything at face value on either side, and try to get as much information as possible so we can make informed and meaningful recommendations out of this committee. As far as how the committee goes, I expect everybody, and this goes without saying, treat everybody, even if you have a different opinion, with respect. There's no need for any animosity or any of those types of things, and we'll do our best to make sure everybody has an opportunity to have their point of view heard, so that we can, like I say, gain information so we can make reasoned and instructive and impactful, I hope, decisions. Some of the other things on this for our fellow committee members and various things, and for the people making presentations, if we do get a question, feel free to go directly back to that member asking the questions. You don't have to necessarily go through the chair. For committee members, when you're asking questions, the only kind of rule is wait to be recognized and go ahead. But if you do have a follow-up within limitations, right, we're fine to go with that. If you go too long, we might say, hey, take it offline, or pull it back in and let other people, and maybe we'll come back if we need to. So at this time, I'd like to have all of the rest of the committee members take a few minutes to introduce themselves, their district number, where their district is, and we'll get that information from the rest of the committee members. And so let's start with Vice Chair, Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Thank you very much, Chair Daley. I'm honored to be a member of this committee. I, too, am a lifelong resident of the wonderful state of Nevada. I was raised to really see the beauty in this state, and I think we really have it all. I remember when I was young, my mom coming back from a trip overseas and saying, Nevada really has everything that the world has. And I think Tahoe is one of those examples where we thought of Switzerland. I mean, it's just really incredible. So I'm happy to be a part of this committee, and I too don't know everything. We'll ask a lot of questions, and like the chair said, not take everything at face value, and we'll dig in deep and take our time making sure these policies are correct for the people of the state of Nevada. So thank you for having me.
Senator Scheibel, if you wanted to go next.
All right, thank you so much, Chair Daly. My name is Melanie Scheibel. I am the state senator for District 9, and I represent the southwest part of Las Vegas. I grew up in northern Nevada in Reno, and I still have family there and love to visit northern Nevada every time I get a chance. So I really feel connected to multiple parts of our state, and that's one of the reasons that I have enjoyed serving on both the Natural Resources Committees during the regular sessions and on this committee last interim as well as this interim. I'm looking forward to hearing from all of the folks that have been kind enough to give their time and to present to us and to educate us on the issues facing Lake Tahoe. I know I'm familiar with some of them, but of course not all of them, and I know that there's a lot of work to do to ensure that we have this cohesive and collaborative effort to protect the lake and to serve the residents who live there. So I appreciate being able to serve on the committee again. I look forward to working with all of you and to having a meeting where we will all be in person soon and in the same room. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Titus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Robin Titus. I represent District 17, which is 6 different counties in the state of Nevada, which is Douglas County, which is why I wanted to be on this this committee, because that's a large part of my district is Lake Tahoe. But I also represent Lyon County, Churchill County, Mineral County, Esmeralda County, and Nye County, specifically Tonopah. I've been on this committee before. I'm looking forward to serving on again. I was on in 2016 on the interim committee. And it was interesting then that the biggest impact and conversation we had was about the Angora fire, which actually caused major changes in the Tahoe Basin, was that fire. And to sit and hear of the concerns regarding the Caldera fire, you know, things repeat themselves. And so it'll be interesting to see where and listen and hear what we've learned from the Angora fire, what we learned from the Caldera fire, because there were definitely changes after the Angora. Many of you have already heard me tell this story, but some of you have not, on my history with Lake Tahoe, since my family's been in Nevada since the 1870s, in Smith Valley since the 1880s. My mom, growing up as a little child in the 1920s, her family would go, her parents and 3 siblings go up to Lake Tahoe, very Kingsbury grade. They had an old Model A pickup truck that could not make it over Kingsbury grade. And so in those days, no such thing happened as a 4-wheel drive. So they get almost to the top. All the little kids that have to jump out, they'd turn the pickup truck around, and they'd back up and over Kingsbury grade, turn around, all the little kids would jump back in, and they'd go over the top and enjoy Lake Tahoe. So it's been part of my family enjoying Lake Tahoe for a long time, and boy, have times changed. So thank you for allowing me to be on this committee.
Emily Woman Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great story. I am.
It's even true.
And it's even true. That makes it even better. That makes it even better. My name is Angie Taylor, and I proudly represent Assembly District 27 in northern Nevada, Reno, West University, around the northwest area, and some of the northern part of our community as well. Freshman legislator, really excited about my first term on this committee. Tahoe is a gem. It really is, and all of you are here because you know that and recognize that. And although I'm a person who grew up in San Francisco, so I don't have a story like that, which is awesome, I do certainly appreciate Tahoe, love going there, visiting there with friends and family when I can. So I am really interested in learning. There are a lot of issues. Thank you so much for those of you who've emailed us and who've shown up to share your concerns. There's so much all of us have said that we need to learn, and I look forward to that. Many of you in this room, if not all of you, have forgotten more about this issue than I even know yet. because it's so new to me. But I think you have a committee, from what I can hear, that really wants to learn and wants to hear from you. So we thank you and look forward to our work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And our final member who could not be here with us today, Assemblyman Rich DeLong. So everybody help remind me when he does make a meeting to put him in the hot seat and ask him to introduce himself. So at this time, I'd also like to introduce our staff for this interim. I'll try to say her name right. Elisa Keller will be serving as our committee policy analyst. Elisa? I said it right? You did. Okay. And then we have Aaron Strudavant and Jeffrey, not sure how to say that, are serving as legal counsel. I think we only have one here today, right? And our committee secretary is Christina Harper. So real quick before we move on to our next agenda item, which Elisa will be going an overview of the committee. Just wanted to touch base on a couple of things on hopefully where we're going to approach. And when I reviewed the statute that enables this committee to go, I looked at a couple of things. So basically, it provides that we can review and oversee the budget, programs, activities, responsiveness, accountability of the TRPA Marlette Lake Water in such a manner as deemed necessary and appropriate by the committee. So we have very broad purview to look into things and then make recommendations. Now we have to make recommendations to the Legislative Commission, and we'll make those when we go. Another thing that we are able to do, and I don't know how much we have, we're going to attempt to reach out to our counterparts in California. It says that we are continue to communicate with members of the legislature of the state of California, so we're going to attempt to do that. We also are going to talk with DOT. We're going to try to talk with the Forest Division. We're going to talk to as many state agencies as we deem necessary within the time limits and restraints that we have. And we will be having meetings. Senator Scheibel's hopefully going to make it up to Northern Nevada. We will be having meetings in the basin for the next ones coming up. So keep an eye on what we're doing. If you have a question or concern, various things, best way to get a hold of me is to call me. And my cell phone's on my website, so you can look that up. But, you can send emails and various things, but you get so many of them, they become too much. Phone calls work. Anyway, that was it, and we'll go on now to agenda item number 5, which is the overview of the committee's statutory duties. Elisa Keller, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Daley, and congratulations on your election. I am Elisa Keller with the Research Division of the Legislative Council Bureau, and I will be serving as your policy analyst for the committee this interim, and I look forward to working with all of you. So I've prepared a brief committee overview, and that overview is available on our committee webpage and in the members' meeting packets. The overview provides historical information, tentatively scheduled meeting dates, an overview of the duties and voting requirements of the committee, as well as summaries of the committee's recommendations for legislation from the prior 2 interims. The overview also includes a list of committee staff and their contact information. So I'll just go over a few of these items right now, but please know that I'm always available to committee members if you have any questions later. So the general duties of the committee, as set forth in the statute, are to provide appropriate review and oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the Marlette Lake Water System, review the budget, programs, activities, responsiveness, and accountability of the TRPA and the Marlette Lake Water System in such a manner as deemed necessary and appropriate by the committee, study the role, authority, and activities of the TRPA regarding the Lake Tahoe Basin and the Marlette Lake Water System regarding Marlette Lake, and to continue to communicate with members of the legislature of the state of California to achieve the goals set forth in the Tahoe Regional Planning Compact. So the committee has been budgeted to hold up to 6 meetings during the interim, and the committee is authorized to submit up to 10 requests for bill drafts. Those legislative measures must relate to matters within the scope of the committee, and they must be submitted by September 1st. So the committee needs to finish up with its work by August 31st. So the tentatively scheduled meeting dates for the 5 remaining meetings are March 8th, May 3rd, June 7th, July 19th, and August 16th for the final meeting and work session. So please note that the May 3rd date replaces the previously proposed April date due to a conflict. And so last interim, the committee's focus included such topics as environmental restoration, invasive species, wildfire and forest health, climate resiliency, economic development, water quality and clarity, and transportation issues in the Tahoe Basin, as well as Marlette Lake water system updates concerning operation and various capital improvement projects. The committee recommended 2 legislative measures, both of which were enacted by the 2023 legislature. The first recommendation, which became Assembly Concurrent Resolution 5 of the 2023 session, was to request the drafting of a resolution expressing the Nevada Legislature's support for the Lake Tahoe Transportation Action Plan. The action plan includes state transportation priorities for the Lake Tahoe Basin in response to Senate Concurrent Resolution 8 of the 2021 session. The second recommendation, which became Assembly Bill 424, was to request the drafting of a bill authorizing the release of the next phase of general obligation bonds in an amount of $13 million to continue to implement Nevada's portion of the Lake Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program, also known as the EIP, for the 23-25 biennium. And representatives from the Division of State Lands will be providing a presentation today to provide some more information regarding the Lake Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program. So the overview document also includes a list of recommendations for legislation from this committee during the 1920 interim. And finally, you will also find in the overview document a list of statutorily required reports that are submitted to the legislature and may be of particular interest to our committee members. And please do not hesitate to contact me if you'd like assistance in acquiring any of these reports, or if you need assistance with any of the issues related to matters that come before this committee. So thank you, Chair. That concludes my summary of the committee overview.
And thank you. Feel free. I was just going to ask. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a question for staff. So it seems, just from the history of the last couple interims, most of the things that were brought forward were mostly resolutions and nothing really substantial or any really changes that this body did. Simply they were resolutions.
Well, resolutions and the bill authorizing the EIP.
The monies
funding,
forward.
yes.
Were there, and specifically last year, there were 2 bills brought forward, but you said we have 10 potential. Do you know any of the history? I haven't looked at any prior committee meetings or the final one from that last interim. Was there just not any, did the committee not come up with any other ideas that would have been a good thing to make changes up there? Or was there just a pathway of least resistance?
Well, those were the recommendations that the committees voted on at the work session.
I'll have to look at.
Yes,
so you weren't there part of that committee at the time.
I was part of. I've been staffing it for the last 2 interims.
Okay. All right. I'll look it up. Thanks.
All right, and thank you. Any further questions? All right, seeing none, and I'll just comment. Probably not your place to try to get in the heads of what the committee did last time, whether there was 2 or 10. Anyway, we have 10, good to know, and we'll act accordingly, but only if we have good ideas. So with that, we'll move on to agenda item 6, which is the overview presentation by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And we do have Julie, I think, okay? And then we will take questions. Let's go ahead and try to look through the whole presentation. Unless someone has an urgent question, interrupt, and we'll ask it right then, but otherwise we'll wait to the end. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator Daly, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Julie Reagan, and I am the Executive Director of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. I'm very honored to be in front of the committee, and I am joined here to my left with Devin Middlebrook, our Government Affairs Manager, and Chris Kyler, our Chief Financial Officer. I have a few board members in the audience, Shelley Aldine representing Carson City, Director James Suttlemeyer from Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and I may have some online as well. I appreciate the chance to be here. I've been with the agency for 20 years, and I have worked with the interim committees for those couple of decades. I've just been the director for the last year, and so what I thought I would do, since we do have new members on this committee, welcome, to give you a big picture overview. I think it's really important to have some foundational background because it really does touch on a lot of the public comment that we heard. During my couple of decades working with this committee, you know, we've had a lot of interest from the community. This is a great showing today, and I really want to thank those members of the public who spoke, and we work with many of these stakeholders. We look forward to doing more of that. So with that, we'll just do a basic acknowledgement, which I think is really important to talk about acknowledging Lake Tahoe as the homeland of the Washoe people, the people from here. The Washoe are the Aboriginal stewards of the land in and around Lake Tahoe Basin since the beginning of time, and as a sovereign nation, the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California continues to advocate for the protection and preservation of the Washoe people's homelands, and we're very proud to work with the tribe on many programs and projects. So just in context of looking at the history of the basin, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency is a bi-state interstate compact that was formed in the late 60s. But before that, Lake Tahoe was on a really important path of growth and development that happened really after the '60 Olympics. But Tahoe was always a summer getaway, and we had skiing, we had recreation, small cabins. The Olympics changed everything in 1960, and then there was a real building boom that happened. The advent of gaming occurred. Our agency was formed in 1969, but then we saw still a lot of growth and development over time. And so when you just look back at where the small population was back in 1950, Senator Titus, that was a great story about your experience coming over the hill at Kingsbury, where our office is located. But you can see there really was a great boom and bust cycle of Tahoe, and there was a lot even preceding modern history with the Comstock era of logging. And there was a big debate about making Tahoe a national park. We heard some comment around that today. So really about 100 years ago, because Lake Tahoe had been such an altered watershed, and damage from the Comstock lode, the tree removal in the basin where 2/3 of the trees were logged for the mining operations in Virginia City, the determination was made not to make Tahoe a national park. And so we really have this new innovative opportunity with our bi-state compact that is really unique in the United States. It's the one of its kind. There are many. There's over 100 interstate compacts that protect natural resources across the country, but none that are structured exactly like ours. So we were the first bi-state compact. In 1969, signed by Richard Nixon. The two states passed substantially similar identical legislation that then was ratified by Congress. So California and Nevada at the time came together. Governor Laxalt at the time in Nevada and Governor Reagan of California, before he went on to be the president, got together and said, we do not want this lake to turn gray on our watch. And then over time, there have been a number of amendments. I will say we heard some public comment around the makeup of the governing board. And the 15-member governing board is intentionally set as it is. It's very specific in terms of the representation, and it's required in the compact that the majority of our board be non-residents of the lake. And that was important at the time. And we have local elected officials. We have 7 from Nevada, 7 from California, and 1 non-voting presidential appointee. I also really want to say I'm very proud of our board. It's a volunteer board. They meet monthly. Our meetings are open to the public, and perhaps we can invite some of you to participate in them as well. And then all told, our mission is to balance this incredible resource of Lake Tahoe and protect Lake Tahoe so we can enjoy it today, but also those coming after us can enjoy it. But also realizing that we are not a national park, and there is private land in Lake Tahoe. And so that's always been the healthy tension, and the framers of the compact recognize that. So our goal is to achieve these environmental goals and standards for the region while allowing for orderly growth and development. And that is part of, I think, some of the concern that you're hearing today, and we're going to dig into that a bit. The compact was amended. I think it's really important to recognize the two states came together between 2011 and 2013 and passed updates to the compact, and Congress consented to that. And one of the considerations in the updated and amended compact of 2016 was to require us to consider economic issues when doing regional planning, and had some provisions related to litigants' burden of proof. So just a couple of changes that happened fairly recently. We've heard some about the complexity of the watershed, but when you see it visually, I think it bears without saying that it's a complicated landscape in terms of political geography, 2 states. We have 5 counties, 1 incorporated city, and then we have an abundance of public land. Almost 80% of the land is managed today by the U.S. Forest Service. It wasn't the case, in 1970. That's grown over time. So all told, we have about 90% public land in the basin, which people have a right to enjoy. And then there's 10% private land that we moderate development. So it requires TRPA as a compact agency to have what we call epic collaboration. Nothing happens in Tahoe without partnership, and we have multiple partners that we work with on a day-to-day basis. The heart and soul of what we do revolves around the compact, our North Star, our regional plan, which really was first adopted in 1987 after litigation. We've been to the U.S. Supreme Court and back, settled that. There's a lot of history that as we get out into the field and talk with you more over the course of this interim, that will become more clear. But in the interest of time, I will recap what the regional plan is all about. And back in 2012, when the 2 states came together to renew their commitment to the compact, a regional plan, our board updated the regional plan, and it continues a limitation on growth and development. So back in 1987, development was capped. There are numbers for everything: single family homes, commercial, all sorts of, commodities that we call them, tourist accommodation units, that was capped. We still have development from the 1987 plan that has not been built yet in Tahoe, and we'll talk about that. But those development caps continued. For example, we have an allocation of 130 homes around the entire Lake Tahoe basin per year, and that's all. And there's a waiting list for building allocations for single family homes today. And we have to ensure that that development is consistent with the plan and our environmental goals. And what was a huge thrust of that update back in 2012 was to make Tahoe more bikeable and walkable, because we developed before TRPA and our partners in local jurisdictions had conservation measures in mind, and we are an auto-oriented community, and we cannot build any bigger roadways around the lake. So we have to go back and retrofit roads and build new trails and improve transit, and that's really a challenge in a rural small area. We also are the regional transportation plan and what we is called a metropolitan planning organization. There's an alphabet soup in Tahoe. We'll give you a sheet. We have a cheat sheet for all the acronyms. The MPO is a special designation that we got over 20 years ago because our year-round population is not large enough to even qualify to get federal funds, but fortunately we were able to get that amended in federal statute. So we do get more than the average small town in America, but it's not nearly enough for the transportation challenges that we have. And we have an obligation to reduce dependency on the private automobile, reduce vehicle miles traveled, protecting lake clarity at the same time, while recognizing that we are a tourism-based economy, a $5 billion annual tourism-based economy, and we are working with our community to harmonize that and to leverage the power of tourism to help our local residents and support Lake Tahoe. But in any community, transportation is a challenge. It's very costly, expensive, but at the lake, what happens on the land and the roads affects our beautiful water clarity and water quality. So sometimes you'll see departments of transportation engaging with natural resources agencies, which doesn't happen in every jurisdiction in the country. And then I will transition into this epic collaboration and partnerships that we talked about. You'll hear much more from our colleagues from the Department of State Lands and DCNR about the EIP, Environmental Improvement Program. But in a nutshell, The first summit of 1997 is what put us on the map in terms of this incredible partnership where the federal government, 2 states, California, Nevada, local governments, the private sector, the Washoe tribe, our science community, and many, many partners have worked together to have a capital investment strategy to address the legacy development impacts of the past. And it's only through that partnership that we are making progress in the basin's preservation and restoration. So this is a slide I don't expect you to read, but what it shows is this vast partnership at the various levels, 10 federal agencies, multiple agencies within California and Nevada, bi-state agencies like ourselves, the TRPA, our sister agency, the Tahoe Transportation District, which is also authorized in the bi-state compact. You'll be hearing from them later in the interim. And then all the local jurisdictions, private sector members, and the science community, as I mentioned. So there are 4 focus areas that make up what we call the EIP, Environmental Improvement Program. Watersheds and water quality, that's our famous Clarity. Last year, we were delighted to hear Clarity was better than it had been since the 1980s. We don't expect that trend to continue, sadly, because there are a number of pressures on the lake. But we do track that with our partners at UC Davis, University of Nevada, Reno, and a consortium of scientists that work on the lake. This is where our invasive species program comes in. You'll be hearing about that in future meetings as well. Forest health, you heard from public comment the severity of the situation in Tahoe. We had the Angora fire of '07 where we lost 254 homes. Fast forward 15 years later in the Caldor fire where fortunately, we did not lose 1 full-time resident in the Tahoe Basin. I was affected. I still am finding embers in my backyard in Christmas Valley from that fire and live with that scar every day. So it's very poignant to all of us who love the lake, live at the lake, and we share those concerns and be happy to answer questions further in the interim and talk with fire officials about what is the latest on evacuation planning and what is our role as TRPA, and it really is to support our law enforcement and fire professional partners. The last 2 focus areas, sustainable recreation and transportation, that is the crux of this booming economy that we have in terms of outdoor recreation, and we'll explain a little bit of what's shifting in the visitor pattern and the infrastructure that we need to improve in that space. And science stewardship and accountability, working with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council, with the community, with nonprofit partners. You've heard from some of those partners from the League to Save Lake Tahoe. There are board members and representatives of the Tahoe Fund here, and other entities that are really working to engage the community in improve education around what we need to do collectively to improve our lake and our communities. If you just think of the scale of the funding that we've been able to amass in Lake Tahoe, it is impressive. We are now approaching $2.8 billion invested since that first summit when President Clinton and those partners came together to celebrate the lake, and each sector has made substantial contributions, and Nevada has fulfilled its share of what we call the EIP by bond sales. And so Senator Titus asked the question about this committee's role. It's been very critical to have this committee support those bond sales because that is how we have been doing the watershed restoration, the investments in shuttles to Sand Harbor State Park, for example, and other capital investments that we need to see continue, and you'll hear more about that. But I think the takeaway from this is that we've all locked arms together to move forward and achieve the vision of the regional plan in a very small community that doesn't have the tax base to support some of these investments. And so we will continue to tell you more about that as we move forward. It's important to recognize that the EIP, the Environmental Improvement Program, not only is here to protect the lake, but it's also an economic engine for our community. So we have about 1,700 jobs a year that our studies have shown are directly related to investments in those bike trails, in those watershed restorations, and some of those big capital projects. So there's an economic benefit to the investments that the public sector has made, and a very important private match that has benefited the lake and our communities. And we do track all of this. It is an open platform called LakeTahoeInfo.org or LTInfo.org. You can go on any of these different icons and click on the EIP project tracker. That's a screenshot from one of them. You can click on the button to see what's going on in watersheds and water quality. What are the projects that are going on around the lake and how are they getting paid for? What's the federal share? What's Nevada's share? What's the private community share? So I invite you to take a look at that, and we update that in real time, and so it's constantly changing and evolving. But importantly, I think we must recognize what are the challenges of today and what are the priorities of our governing board, of our 70-member staff, and I believe we are facing unprecedented challenges, and I think you heard that same sentiment expressed. I was personally at Dr. Hayhoe's talk this morning. She is the chief scientist of the Nature Conservancy, and we were proud to collaborate with the University of Nevada, Reno, and UC Davis and other partners to bring her to Lake Tahoe. And she had a great analogy when she looked at the lake, and she said, you know, we all love the lake like it's a family member. And when we see changes in that, it's like we're being affected ourselves or our family is being affected. So I think that you will hear that passion in the community. And we share that as well. Our staff live in the basin, work in the basin, and in the region as a whole. And we are dedicated, to making sure that this lake remains pristine. But there are differences of opinion that I think will be fleshing out over the course of this committee's work. Couple of key stats I wanted to leave you with before we wrap up here in a few minutes, and that is what's been happening with population. I mean, we are at a 55,000 person basin, that's Nevada and California. We're down 12% for where we were in 2000, so our population has diminished. That is not the same as visitation, and we're going to talk about that. Where has that population changed? If you take a look at the next chart, you'll see and this really was affected from the Zoomtown, Boomtown effect of the pandemic. Nevada has actually grown in population around the basin versus California shrinking. So the purple is the Nevada side on the right side of the lake. And we saw more of an influx during the pandemic, and people could work remotely. And that created a whole new set of challenges, I think, that we're still working through. And then where is this population change really coming from? I've been at the agency for 20 years, and I remember when Governor Schwarzenegger negotiated treaties with Native American tribes in the late 90s. And immediately, as soon as Native American casinos started opening throughout the state of California, Tahoe's jobs started to plummet. So you can see the number of jobs in green, the revenue in blue, and in occupied rooms in red. And we just started hemorrhaging community and jobs. Schools started closing, and that was before the recession. And then the recession hit and compounded issues. And then it rebounded, but this change in what people do when they come to Tahoe has had some real lasting impacts. And in the next slide, you'll see one of those impacts is the change of where people go. They used to come and gamble, and what we like to say, they've moved from being on the casino floor to the great outdoors. And so patterns have shifted, and these small corridors around 28 around Sand Harbor, 89 around Emerald Bay are seeing increased traffic and interest because outdoor recreation went through the roof during the pandemic nationally, and people have discovered the great outdoors, and we have abundant public lands. So we have this changing visitor pattern of our visitors. In terms of total numbers, we're not seeing through the roof changes, but where they go has changed, and that has put more stress in our recreation areas. And so when you look back at what we did at the 2012 regional plan, what was exciting was that we addressed this issue of mobility and trying to move people around differently, making Tahoe more bikeable and walkable. And the two states came together to say the old legacy development is dilapidated and run down, and we need reinvestment to improve the environment. One of our previous directors, Jim Bache, who was a renowned environmentalist, said the project is the fix. We don't have a lot of new growth. So when we get reinvestment and redevelopment, we leverage environmental benefits. And so over the last decade, over $400 million has been invested in the lake. But at the same time, we've transferred development from sensitive areas into town centers where it's close to transit trails and more walkable. And at today, a conservation success story of the basin is we almost have 9 to 10,000 parcels that are protected from development in our urban areas. My home in Christmas Valley has a Forest Service lot on either side. There are checkerboard lots around the basin that will be protected forever, and that has been attributed to the partnership. So going forward, you're going to hear about these in future meetings, but we have 3 key strategic priorities that our governing board has set. The Tahoe Living Working Group, which you heard public comment around, is looking at housing. How can we as TRPA affect what is a national crisis of affordability? And we're taking a hard look at our policies. And we are really thinking of the people that work in the basin, people that are cleaning rooms in hotels, people that are cooking food, that are serving drinks and food, and making housing more affordable for those local members of the community. So that's a big piece of work. The Restoration and Resilience is continuing the EIP, and Keeping Tahoe Moving is focusing on transportation investment. So I must thank the committee for your support in the past. I want to welcome the new members. We did get Nevada up to its 1/3 share. We request our appropriations to the 2 states in a 2/3, 1/3 funding arrangement. And since the recession, the Nevada share had been short of 1/3. And I want to thank the members of the legislature, the governor's administration for supporting us to have Nevada back at its 1/3 share, and to really work on the main talent pool of TRPA. We have nothing if we don't have a workforce that is talented to execute the vision of the compact, and we have an incredible staff, and some of those dollars have been used to improve our retirement and our staffing. We thank the committee for the work on the bond sales and for supporting transportation investment through those resolutions. And we have a lot of work ahead. We have a lot of challenges, some of the biggest challenges I've seen in my 20 years at the agency's history, but it really is through that epic collaboration where we make the most progress, and we will have disagreements, and we will listen and we will work through it. And you have my commitment to work with all of you and with our communities to harmonize as best we can and move forward. So I really thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Does your colleague have anything to present, or you were it?
That wraps us up.
No. Any questions? Senator Titus first.
Thank you. You'll have to be patient. I always have lots of questions. Thank you, Director. And in your presentation, did you, and maybe I missed it, tell us how many employees you have?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. We have about 70 employees. I'm proud to say in my year we only lost 1 staff member, and we are hiring a new attorney. So we hope to be at about 72 staff here within the next month or 2.
So what has changed? When you started, last time I was on this committee, how many did you have in 2016?
Yes, thank you for the question. When I started at TRPA, there were about 90 plus employees. With seasonals, it was just under 100. So we seriously changed our organizational size, and only recently have tried to get more right size. We've been very fiscally responsible, but it's taken a toll on our staff. So just that's a rule of thumb.
And I asked because one of your final comments was supporting salary adjustments and to enhance staff retention, and terms like fiscal responsibility is music to my ears. And but I appreciate that you have really tried to make sure that you can function, number one, and do a good job, but not, become too bloated on that. So thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Assemblywoman Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Macon. Thank you for being here, as well as your colleague. A question for me, one of the things that I've always just been aware of is the gap between those who work in the basin, the frontline employees, many of which you drew some examples when you spoke, and the need for affordable housing for them. Any idea on what that gap looks like? I know that's been on the radar for quite a while, something I've been aware of. Do you do studies or anything so you can see what we need versus what we have there?
Absolutely. Thank you, Assembly Member, for the question. I'm going to call on my colleague, Devin Middlebrook. We've done extensive work in that space. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Devin Middlebrook, for the record, DEVINMIDDLEBROOK.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that gap is something that we're very aware of in the region. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the basin's median home price was around $450. Over the last 7-8 years, it's jumped to 750, 800. So we've really seen that great growth in the housing price that is really wages have not kept up. Prior to the pandemic, there was a study, and I'm just recalling off my numbers, the study for the South Shore area, so Zephyr Cove to Myers on the California side. And there was a need for around 3,500 housing units. Currently in the works in South Shore is over 1,000 of those potential units. But we're consistently looking at updating that data given the recent trend in the last several years. So that is one of those factors, is that increased housing costs. We also have the commute patterns. So we have some accounts up to half of our workforce commutes in from outside of the region, mainly from the Nevada side. So we're also very much working on reducing transportation costs and barriers and ensuring there's park and rides and shuttles from the valley up to those employers, and working with the private sector to ensure that their employees know about those programs. So we've got the housing cost gap, the transportation problems, and then general just the lack of potential supply in housing and quality of housing are all areas that we're addressing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from the committee? Vice Chair or Senator Scheibel? No? I have a couple, and I just, and hopefully we'll have some other discussions when we have a lot of questions, but not all of them are appropriate for here today. You did mention one of my questions. So 90% is privately owned, Forest Division, municipalities, counties, etc., and 10% is private. And I think the gentleman just said that there's a shortage of housing, and then there's 1,000 houses that are in the works. But I thought you said there was only 130 permits a year. Or am I mixing two things?
Thank you. Astute question, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director, for the record. So we track all of these units. There are units set aside for affordable housing, and you heard a comment about 950 units. Those do not count. They are exempt from that allocation, but they've been banked and waiting for projects to happen. Some of those units have been carried over since 1987, but because of the cost and the discussion that we had earlier, they've never been brought to fruition. So those units are separate, and the 130 is for market rate single-family homes per year that get distributed throughout the basin to the various jurisdictions. So we have a cap on all of those units, and we track them, and there are ways to access, to transfer some of those development rights. That's some work that our governing board did a matter of years ago, about 5-6 years ago, because again, we aren't really seeing the investment in our town centers where we need the workforce housing to occur so that people don't have to rely on a car. We have about 1,000 households in the basin that do not have automobiles. And so we are trying to concentrate the workforce housing in areas that are more walkable and bikeable for people to get to work. But yeah, there is an accounting system for all of that, and that's actually online, and we can dig into that a little deeper in the future.
And thank you. And you use the term affordable housing. There is a definition. We could spend a whole afternoon discussing how that really works and various things. So you have to have private investment, various things. Is some of that looking to be on, if it's already in an urban area or whatever, on public land? Is there some exception where some of that may be utilized? Because I understand it may have to be that way, but if it's already a parcel that's not really up for restoration or any of that type of issue because it's already in the city center or whatever, is that something that's on the potential to be done?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director. Yes, the largest affordable housing, and there is affordable, there is moderate housing, there's achievable, and we can, go through those different definitions later. But Sugar Pine Village, my team took a tour yesterday. It's modular construction, 248 units on the California side, on the South Shore, and that was donated state land from the California Tahoe Conservancy through the state of California. And what we're finding is that our local jurisdictions jurisdictions, City of South Lake Tahoe, Placer County, various jurisdictions have parcels that are helping to make those projects so-called pencil out, to be economical to build. Because the cost of land is so high that often is a barrier. And so we're working on what we can do with our rules to incentivize private markets and private investment in those town center areas. But yes, public land is a big topic at the state level. Also at the federal level in Colorado, there was a provision in the Farm Bill. One community in Colorado is doing a test on federal land to do housing, and a lot for their own workforce. So we've been in talks with the U.S. Forest Service. I mean, we're not set up to do that yet in Lake Tahoe, but that's a conversation that's happening because, again, 80% of the land is U.S. Forest Service, and some of that is in town center areas that we want to look at that strategically as a potential solution to help with the problem.
Looking for some trades or various other possibilities. So I'm just trying to think ahead in logic, which might get you in trouble, whatever. But if there's only 10% of the land left that's private, and there is pressure on it to develop it and various things, I'm assuming you have rules against subdividing. If someone has 10 acres, you're not going to let them subdivide it into 100 parcels. Or third-acre parcels or whatever. I'm assuming you have rules on that. So at some point you're going to get to where there isn't any more private land ready or available for development. And then it all becomes a matter of who's got enough money to buy out somebody enough to sell their parcel, or I'm going to buy up. Is there rules against, for instance, I know there's several Rayleighs up there and various things around the lake. So you're going to say a grocery store's got, parking lot, and he's got 10 acres. If someone has enough money, they could buy that and then potentially build on that, residential or whatever. Are there rules against that? And I know that you have zoning laws and land use planning and various things. But are there some safeguards and say, no, you're not going to be able to change these things. We have to have so many grocery stores. We don't want to create food deserts and the rest of the issues that could possibly come with that. Are all of those safeguards in some of your plans that you have? Because you will run out. And then it'll be a matter of who's got enough money to make somebody sell out.
Thank you for the question, Senator, Mr. Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA Director. Yes, I mean, we don't have typical subdivisions happening in Tahoe where, 500, 1,000, 2,000 homes are being developed all over both states. You just can't do that because we have this very metered system of development. We have something called a two-step subdivision process, but it's very, very, different than what you might experience around the rest of the state of Nevada. And there are rules in area plans. So the compromise of the regional plan of 2012 allowed for each local jurisdiction to have what we call local area plans. And they have very detailed, site-specific areas. So there isn't really a one-size-fits-all. And so the idea was that local governments could show that their plans meet the requirements of the compact and the regional plan and the standards, but can be customized to address things like that. We also have something called land coverage where we really count every square foot of impervious surface. So parking lots, structures, anything that's covered, you can only have a certain percentage of that. And for a residential home, it might be 30%. And that was part of the discussion in the housing to try to get some more incentives in town centers. So there are a number of factors. There are scenic requirements that we have in place. And so it can get site specific, but happy to dig into some examples with you and the committee to better answer your question.
And I think there's something like 175 local area plans or something like that?
Well, there are something called community plans and plan area statements. Plan area statements, I think, is what you're referring to. But no, there's about a dozen area plans.
Okay.
So, for example, Placer County has one area plan for the whole North Shore on the California side. Douglas County has one. Washoe has one. So it covers areas, and then there's districts within the area plan. So each jurisdiction's done it a little bit differently. The city has multiple area plans.
I thought I looked up and read that there was a number of them.
Yeah, that plan area statements was sort of the 1987 framework. The area plans are the more modern 2012 framework. But the main takeaway there is that local jurisdictions have more flexibility, which is what we heard, in the compromise of the 2012 plan. But they have to add up to achieving the goals of the compact and the regional plan. And that's what our board ensures when our board votes on those area plans to approve them and to recertify them.
Right. And I understand you don't have traditional subdivisions like you would have down in Reno or Sparks or even Carson City and other areas. More probably what I see is multi-million-dollar houses by ultra-rich people that come in and say, oh, I want to build my house, and then they want to say, I don't want anyone else to come because I might be impacted. And I was just trying to figure that out. My analogy on it is you're going to run out of space. I'm a Vikings fan, but we'll use the Green Bay Packers as an example. There's only so many season tickets, and they are all sold. The only way you get on that is to be on a waiting list and wait for someone to die, right? Or if you have enough money, then you can get in, right? Make it worth somebody's while to sell you at least one or two. So there is a finite amount, and we have to address for that eventuality.
Thank you.
So 2 final questions. One, you mentioned an amendment that was made by the 2 states, 2012, 11, somewhere in there, where it was added in your considerations of planning to consider economic considerations. So there's a hierarchy, and maybe this is one question with both elements. The way I kind of see it in reading the compact, or what I read in it, what I glean out of it is, so you have the environmental concerns. That was the number one. That was the genesis of it. We don't want to see the lake turn gray on our watch. The 2 governors get together, consent to Congress, which was to make sure we're not degrading the environmental aspects of the lake. Second was, in the hierarchy, if you ask me, was to make sure that you have access and preserve and restore the lake, the scenic routes, various things for visitors, for the public, people that may or may not live there, the 15 million that come, right, to enjoy the lake. Same as if it was a national park. I know it's not. Further down on the list on all of those things would be the economic considerations. Now you have to have it. And I understand you have businesses there, and the tourists have to have accommodations, and you have to have that. I believe the word that's in there, everyone keeps saying balance, but it's equilibrium. I read it. It's just remembering what I read. So what was the change there in the economic considerations, and then where on the hierarchy is that with the change in the law?
Thank you. Great question. Thank you, Senator, Mr. Chair, Julie Reagan. Yes, the compact specifies 5 mandated categories for threshold standards, and now we have 10. So things like air and water quality, scenic resources, actually recreation is one of those 10 categories. Vegetation, scenic resources, etc. So we have these categories, and underneath that you have well over 100, 150 individual standards that we have to show are not degraded for the orderly growth and development. And the compact, as you rightly point out, it is not the word balance, it's equilibrium and harmonizing. And therein lies the challenge, harmonizing a community with this natural resource. And it is, the community utterly relies on this natural resource to live, for quality of life, and for the economic vitality. So in terms of our legal obligation, yes, I mean, the standards are the standards. I mean, the truth of the matter is we've always had the economic lens because we understand that we have a community and we have a lot of small businesses that have struggled over the years. And that was a big conversation in previous interims of the rules that we have can be challenging. They're very complex. And so we've been working over time to make them more transparent so that people can be excited about following the rules and not afraid to walk in the door into the TRPA office to say, what will someone find wrong with my property? So we've been working on that for many years. It is like a pendulum. I feel like in my early days in front of this committee, there was a lot of concern that our rules were too burdensome. And we have been able to really enhance the standards and the acceleration of achieving our standards, at the same time making our regulations more understandable for the public. So we've invested in that. And then the economic consideration is just really part of analysis that's done in environmental reports. On the California side, you know, you have CEQA, the Environmental Quality Act. We have our own environmental reviews that happen on any significantly large size project. So it is a complicated mix, but there's a very detailed environmental checklist that goes with various projects. I know some folks have concerns about that, but again, happy to dig into that in more detail should you request that.
And thank you. And yeah, we'll probably have to, so I can ask some of these questions and go on that. We're going to move on here very quickly. But I would just say, because when I was reading through, and you have the Planning Commission, which is a sub part of this, and when I was reading through who's on that and the various things, you have a lot of your planner from each of the counties and those types of things. And having spent more time than I care to remember over what some of the issues are around development and various things in different settings than this. In other words, I think the TRPA may have more ability than, say, the city of Reno to say, you know, hey, it doesn't meet all of these other extra requirements we have that a city or somebody couldn't put in Reno on a development, right? Because people have the right to develop the land in the highest, best use and all of those types of things. And cities regularly get sued if they deny it for arbitrary, capricious reasons and all that kind of stuff. Where I think you guys are unique and have a little more standing to put more criteria on top of that is, hey, you have the right to develop, maybe not to the best, highest, best use. You have to only develop it to this extent or whatever. And I think you guys would withstand a better legal challenge on that. But so, yes, I would kind of like to see, and just to answer the final question, first half of my question, what are the hierarchies that the TRPA views those considerations, including the economic? What's the hierarchy?
Sure. We've had this question. My board members in the audience could probably wax poetic on this. We've had debates. Is the water quality threshold standard more important than the scenic resource standard or the vegetation standard? And the truth is we have to harmonize all of them. There isn't really an order to that. We have to find that they all are maintained or achieved. And so altogether, I think it's a real good analogy of just the human body. You mean, you need your lungs to work, you need your brain to work, you need your heart to work. So we need it to all work together. And we are a living ecosystem at the lake. So we try to harmonize all of those various programs. We've been set up internally where we had different quality program managers for one topic area, and we hit roadblocks. So we've approached it more as a resource integration area at the lake of how we do business at TRPA. I will say the main sea change that occurred around how we think about all these issues was the total maximum daily load. I know you'll hear a briefing from Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, but we really recognize that the built environment is actually it's contributing negatively to the environment with runoff, and we mentioned stormwater as part of that. So we've adjusted really how we are looking at the built environment as a result of what we need to do to reduce fine sediment, nitrogen, and phosphorus flowing into the lake. But we harmonize that with all the other standards on a project by project and a program by program basis.
Thank you. That's it for me, unless anybody else has a follow-up question. No? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the
opportunity.
opportunity.
Look forward to hearing from you between now and the next meeting. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 7, which is the overview presentation by the Division of State Lands, State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources regarding the Environmental Improvement Program and related Nevada programs. I believe we have Charles Donahue, yep, and Eller Shaler, if I said that right. Anyway, proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Daley, members of the committee. I'm Charlie Donahue, and I serve as the administrator for the Division of State Lands. With me here today is Ellery Stoller. She's the agency deputy administrator. Ellery's going to be doing the lion's share of this presentation, but I wanted to give you a little bit of history and a little bit more of the foundation and build on what Executive Director Reagan discussed with you from a Nevada perspective as we move into talking about the Environmental Improvement Program. Before I do that, I just wanted to introduce the committee to our new Tahoe Program Manager. Kevin Fromhers is the gentleman sitting in blue over there. I wanted to recognize that DCNR Director James Settlemeyer is present in the committee room, as well as our Deputy Director Chad Stevens. I think Dominic Etchegoyen just took off. So one of the things I wanted to just raise the question, why Nevada Division of State Lands when it comes to implementing the Environmental Improvement Program in the Lake Tahoe Basin? Division of State Lands has a long engagement in the Lake Tahoe Basin, and that really started in particularly in the 1970s with the Attorney General Opinion 2004 in 1976, where Nevada asserted its sovereign land ownership of the basin of the bed of Lake Tahoe. That's a principle considered under the Equal Footing Doctrine, that when the state became a state in 1864, the navigable bodies of water in the state transferred to the state in its sovereign capacity. I wanted to then just fast forward to 1985, in the mid-'80s. The legislature in the 1985 session passed Chapter 585, which created which was the original Tahoe Bond Act, which established a land commission to look at the sensitive nature of lands in the Lake Tahoe Basin. And the legislature allocated $31 million of general obligation bonds at that time to secure sensitive lands in the basin and retire those parcels from development. The legislature requested that went before the voters in 1986, and it was approved by the voters. So the legislature and the Division of State Lands has a long history of engagement within the basin. In the 1990s, the legislature created the Lake Tahoe License Plate Program. That's a program where we actually receive revenue from the Department of Motor Vehicles with the sale of the Lake Tahoe license plate. We hold grant rounds and provide funding agreements and funds to entities within the basin to do high quality environmental work as well as interpretive educational outreach as well. In 1999, the Division of State Lands was authorized to carry the first portion of the state's environmental improvement program. That was a commitment of Nevada's request of $82 million, which I had the pleasure of being engaged in when I first started state service. It sounds like I got 2 years on Julie Reagan. So, in the early 2000s, the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team was created. You're going to hear more about this from Ellery. It's a critical team of resource professionals that deliver the environmental improvement program on behalf of the state of Nevada. And then in 2009, AB 18 was authorized for the Environmental Improvement Program Phase 2, which established $100 million in authority of general obligation bonds for Nevada's Phase 2 commitment of the EIP. And you'll hear from Ellery that we have a significant amount of those funds still available, and we typically come back to this interim committee to ask for a BDR to have a draw against that $100 million. So with that, Chair Daley, I'd like to turn it over to Ellery to carry the lion's share of our presentation, but we'll both be present to answer any of your questions along the way.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Ellery Stoller, Division of State Lands. I'm happy to be here. As Charlie mentioned, the Division of State Lands has a long history of environmental improvement in the Lake Tahoe Basin, and that history has been largely carried out through the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team. That is a 8-member team housed in the Nevada Division of State Lands, but it's a special team because it has members from multiple state agencies, including the Division of Forestry, Department of Wildlife, and the Division of State Parks, as well as the Division of State Lands. Each member of the team contributes their special expertise to create more holistic project planning and more effective projects to help the environment at Lake Tahoe. We like to say that the members also carry their agency along with them, so they don't work independently or just as that 8-member team, but they also work in close consultation and with the backing and the support of their home agency. And that is done along with the support of, obviously, NDSL and the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Since its inception in the late 90s, the team has implemented or funded
170 EIP projects, 138 are complete, and 32 are in various stages currently of planning, design, or construction. So I'd like to dive in a little bit to our various program areas. The first being recreational enhancements of the recreational infrastructure at Lake Tahoe, Nevada State Park. There are 4 units of Lake Tahoe, Nevada State Park, including Sand Harbor, Spooner, Cave Rock, and Van Sickle. So the team really focuses their efforts to enhance the recreational amenities there. And most recently, you may be aware of a new visitor center that was constructed. We call it Spooner Front Country Visitor Center, along with an amphitheater, trails, and other amenities. We hope to do something similar in the near future. We're currently working on design plans for the Van Sickle unit of the state park to create a new visitor center there as well. Moving on to forest health and restoration. The forester who serves from the Division of Forestry on our team really focuses on forest health and resilience projects within the Lake Tahoe, Nevada State Park. We also have an NDSL urban forester who works on forest health treatments on the nearly 500 state-owned lots that are scattered among communities and neighborhoods within Nevada Lake Tahoe. They work together to prescribe treatments to help mitigate the threat of catastrophic wildfire while also improving forest health and resilience. We recently completed defensible space work around infrastructure at Sand Harbor, completed 84 acres of treatment at Bon Pland, which is a drainage just south of Tunnel Creek but north of Sand Harbor. And we're looking forward to a rather large implementation project, to treat over 450 acres near and around Marlette Lake. And that is to initiate in spring of 2024, just in the next couple of months. Our water quality program is a little bit different than our other EIP program areas in that we primarily get work done here in this program category through a grant program. So we administer a water quality grant program. We solicit projects from local jurisdictions, special districts, and other entities, requesting that they submit their high priority projects to help mitigate the impacts of stormwater to Lake Tahoe's clarity. We recently funded a large capital project called Lower Wood Creek in Incline Village. So that was a partnership with Washoe County and Nevada Tahoe Conservation District. And we're looking forward to providing future funding opportunities for our local jurisdictions. We know that some high priority projects include Upper Third Creek, Rosewood Creek in Washoe County, and then stormwater infrastructure improvements along Cale Drive in Douglas County. The NTRT continues to be a member of the Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinating Committee. We are currently a funding partner in the planning and design of a permanent AIS inspection station near the intersection of Highways 28 and 50. You'll see in this slide here a photo of what are bottom barrier mats at Sand Harbor near the boat ramp, and those were deployed in order to help control Asian clams. And so we're in the process right now of working with UC Davis Turk, Tahoe Environmental Research Center, to determine the effectiveness of that treatment in controlling that invasive species. We have a busy season ahead of us, 2 seasons ahead of us. Here's just a handful of the projects that we're working on, many of which I've already mentioned. While the the focus of our work is within the Lake Tahoe environment. We are aware that Lake Tahoe Nevada State Park has both a west slope and an east slope. So the team I wanted to mention does look for opportunities to work outside the basin boundary to help promote more landscape scale benefits, especially in terms of recreational trail connectivity and also with forest health treatments. As Charlie alluded to in his opening remarks, we are currently within the reauthorization of the Environmental Improvement Program that was initiated in 2009 with a $100 million commitment. That legislation provided for the Division of State Lands to come back to the legislature as needed to request Environmental Improvement Program bond authorization in installments under that $100 million commitment. And those requests, we're very pleased and grateful, have traditionally been supported by this committee through sponsorship of BDRs. And I'll just note on that last slide that we have about $58.5 million of authority remaining under that $100 million commitment. This slide is really just a graphic representation of the previous bullets, which is to show in the orange bars, that is the legislative authority, those small commitments under that 100 million authority. The gray bars are the bond sales from the state treasurer's office. And then the blue line shows the team's ability to expend those bond funds to get important projects completed on the ground. And what the takeaway here for me is that our team averages about $4 million of expenditures every year, and that through our experience, we've recognized how helpful it is for the team to have a reliable kind of continuous source of funds. It helps us span the gap between planning and design and construction, and then also helps us move through multiple construction seasons if we have large-scale projects that require that extra time. And finally, we are proud to report our program updates and accomplishments on a semi-annual basis to the Nevada Interim Finance Committee. You heard Julie Reagan, Executive Director of TRPA, mention her Lake Tahoe Info website, and that is where our team provides project-level updates and reporting. We also stay in close coordination with the State Treasurer's Office to keep them apprised of our current expenditures and also projected spend of our bond funds. And we provide quarterly updates as needed to the Governor's Office. And that concludes our remarks. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Committee members, any questions? No? Vice Chair or Senator Scheibel, any questions? No? Senator Titus.
Thank you. So it does require a bill biannually to reissue bonds.
Thank you, Senator Titus, for the question. Yes, that's correct.
So has there ever been a legislative session where there was not a bill put in to reissue bonds because there were still bonds remaining?
I think Charlie Donahue, for the record, I believe there was one instance when we did not request an additional draw. But
Okay.
I'd be happy to research that and get that information to you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If no one else has any question, I just have a couple, and I'll be quick. I hope they'll be easy. So you just went through the Nevada side of forestry, NDOW, et cetera, et cetera. Is there a similar committee on the California side? Do you interact with them, or do they not have the same deal, or do you have, I know you don't have jurisdiction over the whole lake, but
Charlie Donahue, Administrator for Division of State Lands. The first to Julie Reagan's comments, the partnership in the basin is very strong. We actually are meeting collectively on Friday. The lead entity, I would say, in California is the California Tahoe Conservancy. We coordinate with them. They don't have a model like us, but they have resource professionals. And also the California Department of Parks implements projects on their side. But the uniqueness of the Nevada Tahoe resource team is unique in how it was packaged.
okay. Now, I just was curious on that. I haven't been on this before, so I don't know if it's been asked, but so both of those agencies you mentioned in California are public agencies. They're not nonprofits or any of that kind of stuff. They're public agencies.
Yes, Charlie Donahue, Administrator for State Lands. Yes, they're public agencies. And as you heard in public comment, one of our partners are nonprofits who are engaged in implementing the private share of the environmental improvement program as well. So we try to stay as well coordinated as possible.
Excellent. And then the last question is not really a question, it's more just a comment. So when the state implemented its sovereignty over the lake bed, did they get it at rim level? I'm kidding. Don't kick that hornet's nest. Just kidding.
Chair Jaley, I'd be more than happy to answer that because it actually was the legislature has proclaimed that the state's ownership lies lakeward of 6223.
So at the lake level, I know there's been
without the dam in effect. Yes, sir.
Yeah, people that have served on the Natural Resources Committee are familiar with that argument over the years. So just was asking. If there's no further questions from the committee, thank you for your presentation, and we will move on to where are we at? Number 8, right? Agenda item number 8, overview presentation on the Marlette Lake water system. We have David Dutra. Thank you. Go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Daley. Members of the committee and distinguished guest members, my name is David Dutra and I'm the Deputy Administrator for Public Works Division Buildings and Grounds, which has oversight over the Marlette Lake water system. With me today is Brian Walker, Deputy Administrator over Professional Services for State Public Works Division. I'd also like to introduce the project manager over some of the more significant CIP projects, Brian Crosby in the audience, and also Blake Goodmanson, who is the certified operator of the system. We've been asked to provide you with a general overview, which will consist of a historic significance of the operation, as well as key features. Major components for the historic water collection, storage, and conveyance system. We're going to identify stakeholders, customers, and benefactors, and talk briefly about recent improvements, planned improvements, and future improvements. The infrastructure primarily consisting of the dam, Marlette Lake water system, was constructed in 1873 in support of the logging industry and was later transferred over to support the collection, treatment, and conveyance of raw water for domestic and industrial use in the Comstock District and Carson Valley. In fact, it is the sole source of water for Virginia City, Gold Hill, and Silver City. Carson City in the valley also benefits by consuming roughly 90% of the water that the system generates. And that represents about 1/3 of the water for the Carson Valley that's used. And in fact, in fiscal year 23, the system delivered over 659 million gallons of water to Carson City and Story County. The system was engineered in 1873, as I mentioned, and it was later purchased in 1963 by the state of Nevada for a cost of $1.65 million. The system is recognized by the American Society of Civil Engineers and is on the list of the National Register of Historic Places. Annually, the system has the capacity of generating roughly 8,077 acre-feet of water, or about 2.6 billion gallons of water. Currently, as of 2013 through 2021, we averaged roughly 1,500 acre-feet of water, or about 19% of the capacity. Initially, the system relied on a flume that was an outflow from the Marlette Lake that flowed in a northeasterly direction to a tunnel. The Marlette Lake Incline Tunnel was 3,994 feet long. However, and that was completed in 1877. However, in 1966, the tunnel was abandoned after a collapse, and the installation of a pump system was put in place. So water is actually pumped from Marlette Lake to Hobart Creek, where it flows into the Hobart Reservoir. And I'll share a little more about that here in just a second. The flume trail today is used as a walking trail. As I'll share with you a little later on, the site is frequented by a lot of hikers and bicyclists and equestrians. In terms of the operation's major components, on the state side, Marlette Lake itself is 11,000 acre-feet of water behind an earth-filled dam. We rely on the pump station, which I mentioned, and also the reservoir, Hobart Reservoir. The reservoir is about 2,700 acre-feet of water. We also rely on the east side of the divide. We rely on 6 catchments, which catch spring water and divert that to the diversion dam. The diversion dam combines the outflow of Hobart as well as the catchments, where it's then combined, metered, and sent to the Lakeview tank. The Lakeview tank meters the water into what's been described as the world's largest inverted water siphon, or inverted siphon, which provides water to Story County, and also diverts water to Carson City. In that process, we reduce the pressure because of the fall, and we rely on 3 pressure reducers, which I'll show you some photos a little later. And the inverted siphon, again, we maintain the section up to the Interstate 580, and then east of that, Story County. However, Story County and the state's really partners on the maintenance of that line, and we rely on one another. It's a great partnership. This next slide is a topographical map identifying the major components that I just mentioned. So east of Lake Tahoe, you're looking at Marlette Lake, which is considered one of the second jewels of the Sierras. The pump station at its shoreline, that's a submersible 230 horsepower fully submerged electric pump, which is supported by the pump house. That flows to the Hobart stream, which flows into the Hobart Reservoir. Again, it's combined with the catchments that flows to Lakeview. Lakeview then will flow down to Carson City and the inverted siphon. I mentioned the generator powerhouse that was a significant CIP project in 2009. That was a $7.5 million CIP project. It houses a 12-cylinder 34 3412 Caterpillar motor that provides power. It's also supported by other generators and solar systems for a very remote location that we, from literally today through likely probably June, will not be able to access because of the snow load. If we do access it, it's done by snowcats. We rely on helicopter. Last year we had 4 trips in order to spill Marlette Lake, given the excessive precipitation that we had in water accumulation. It also houses our SCADA system, which is a computer-controlled system that enables us to remotely control our distribution of water. This water that's pumped is then again flows into Hobart. Hobart is a 35 million gallon, or roughly 107 acre feet of water that is relied upon. That represents roughly 1% of Marlette Lake in terms of size. The reservoir dam is a rubble and earth-filled dam. It was constructed in 1877. It's 1,300 feet long and 28 feet tall. I spoke briefly about the catchments that are on the east slope. There are 6 catchments with plans to add 3 additional catchments because we still have a surplus of surface water and spring water runoff. The capacity currently is at about 600 gallons a minute, and that is conveyed again to the diversion dam. The use of the catchments is critical to the system because it allows the water to stop, slow down, and suspended solids to settle out of the water, which greatly improves the turbidity and clarity of the water. It is award-winning water that we're providing to Virginia City, and they've been the benefactors of that system. So from Incline, the catchments extend east about 4.5 miles. And these photographs here show the before and after. Again, this was a 2014 CIP project where we replaced the older catchments for something much more new and increased capacity and serviceable as well. These photographs here show the consequences of a significant weather event. The catchments were significantly overwhelmed, and it was required after the storm to bring in crews and clean and restore that. We do have operators on a daily basis. We have 3 operators that are assigned to managing what amounts to about 27 miles of roadway and the infrastructure that I'm referring to today. I've spoke briefly about the diversion dam. Shown here in these photographs, the diversion dam was upgraded in 2017. And again, we just finished a CIP project in excess of $1 million to further upgrade this infrastructure to include added SCADA control systems, monitoring systems, flow monitoring systems, increased security measures, and also new valving at this site. The photograph here shows the Lakeview tank. So it flows from the diversion dam. What portion of water we're in need of? Some of it spills into Washoe Lake, but the portion that is captured and diverted to the Lakeview tank allows for additional suspended solids to settle out before being metered to Carson City and the inverted siphon to Virginia City. So this system has a rather significant drop to it. Shown in the upper right-hand corner is the Lakeview tank location and elevations here, showing the location of the air boxes. Again, those air boxes allowed the system to reduce the pressure, so we don't have so much head pressure by the time it reaches the reservoir in Ash Canyon. In Ash Canyon, we have a reservoir of a million gallons. We have an above-ground tank of 3 million gallons as well. The city, Carson City, has an above-ground tank, and they are relying upon these systems for further treatment before the water is sent to their Quill treatment facility. This is a photograph of the old air boxes and some newer boxes that were replaced in 2015 through a CIP project. This next slide is a topographical slide showing the location and significant aspects of that portion of the system that's east of Interstate 580 and which is under the management of Story County. Shown here is the inverted siphon and the end of the inverted siphon where water then gravity flows around to the 5-mile reservoir before entering the treatment facilities that Story County has. We have a number of stakeholders, obviously, and customers and benefactors. Two primary customers, the city of Carson City and Story County, both of which are not only customers but really partners in the system. We conduct regular meetings, and there's a great deal of transparency, and in fact, both entities are able to view our SCADA systems in order to better manage their downstream systems. I mentioned many beneficiaries. It is really all-season access to some 2 million people, 2 million visitors. Some of the more significant benefactors and partners in this properties would be the Nevada Department of Wildlife, backpackers and hikers, anglers, overnight campers, wildlife support groups, educational visits, and all of this wouldn't be possible if it weren't for the support that we receive from our customers and the stakeholders, which include the Division of State Parks. Shown here are the spawning gates that are managed by NDOW, the Nevada Department of Wildlife. This is essential for our fisheries, generating over 1 million fish annually, is my understanding. They are in the process of refreshing the structures, and we are also working to improve access during lower lake levels for those fish to spawn. So that's a real jewel of the lake. So recent improvements, those would include the recent upgrades to the diversion dam that I spoke of. Again, that's a little over $1 million CIP project. We recently rebuilt the top end of the generator. We've increased our use of the SCADA system. We rebuilt the catchments in 2014, those 6 that I referred to, and also the air boxes. Planned improvements include the East Slope transmission line this year, as well as adding 3 additional catchments. That's going to be a significant increase in the amount of water that we convey to the Lakeview tank system. Proposed projects include sawmill transmission line, a 3.5-mile line increasing from 18 inches in diameter to 24 inches in diameter. Again, as we increase the collection of water through those added catchments, the conveyance systems also need to be increased. Lakeview 580 transmission line update is planned, and the Carson City transmission line. From the Lakeview tank, it will enable us to transfer and convey more water to Carson City. So we have a number of significant CIP projects that have been underway for several bienniums. Marlette Lake Dam restoration project is greater than 60% completed in its design. And Brian is available to discuss that project if you have any questions. Hobart Reservoir Dam Reclamation Project, that was recently approved by FEMA. That's matching funds. That project's moving forward. Diversion Dam East Slope, that project's now 100% completed. And then we've got the additional catchments which are planned for 24-25. Future proposed budget items might include the Marlette Lake level dam reclamation. That's going to have certain fiscal impacts that we're working through. Also, rebuilding the bottom end of the generator is a matter of consideration for future years. Raising the Marlette Lake pump, again, I talked about a 230 horsepower fully submerged pump. That needs to come out of the water. We need to rebuild its impellers. We'd like to also increase the intake, which is at lake level now. That needs to be raised off the lake level. That'll increase or reduce rather solids, suspended solids that might be captured in that pumping process. There's thoughts of replacing a front end loader as well as constructing an equipment shed. So that wraps up a general overview of the system in its entirety. We are available to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Any down south?
I'm having some technical difficulties, but I'll take it up offline. I do have a number of questions, but I'm going to take that. I'm having some technical issues here.
We'll be happy to answer those.
Very good, thank you. And Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious about the interface where the state stops at 580 and Story County takes over. In the past, I've heard about the condition of that piping, and it's been improved, I would assume. Who is accountable for that, making sure that it works? It seems like it's is Story County pay for 100% of that? I know they buy the water, so it would seem we're obligated to maintain that. How does that work?
Yeah, so we've had a number of failures. They tend to be catastrophic. They are increasing in frequency. The pipeline is an original pipeline. At times it's exposed, fully exposed. It tends not, actually it never leaks. It just explodes when it does because it's under about 600 pounds of pressure. Up to 580, if we experience a failure, generally, both entities, Story County Public Works will respond as well as ourselves in a partnership to make repairs. We have parts on hand to repair, as do they, and it's kind of a vice versa. If it's a blowout on their side, we'll bring what's needed. They'll have crews available as well. It is a pipeline that is in planning to be replaced. It's the section from Lakeview Tank to 580, I believe, is $14.5 million, 3.5 mile line. So it's quite expensive, but it's at the end of its life.
Just to follow up on that, if I might, Mr. Chair, just so who gets the bill for that? Do you share the bills for these repairs on either side of the highway, or just do we bill Story County, or do they bill us?
Yeah, no, we share the cost. They'll bring in equipment, we'll have equipment as well as manpower, and the parts are, again, relatively inexpensive compared to the labor and the excavation that's needed, and that's a shared cost.
Just a couple of questions. So how old is the oldest pipe that's still in use?
I
Does
believe
it go
it's
back to 1873?
147 years old. 147 years old,
Goes
sir.
back to the 1873.
1877, that's correct.
Okay, cool. I think that's it. I think we're going to try to do a tour and go up and visit either Marlette Lake or something, where would you recommend would the best place to go see? What's
Well,
most interesting?
We're happy to accommodate a full systems tour, and we generally do 2 or 3 tours a year, beginning in the summer months, sometime late July, early August,
I don't
when
know
we
that-
can actually access it.
I don't know if we'll have time to do the whole thing. We just have a morning and then afternoon committee. But
We will pack lunches, and yeah, it is generally it's round trip. It's going to be a 4-hour journey
yeah.
into the lake and back out.
Well, some of us may take you up on that separate from our field trip. So,
Yes.
all right, thank you.
We'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Any additional questions? No? Well, thank you guys for your presentation, and we look forward to interacting with you further as we move along.
Thank you, Chair Daley, and congratulations on your chair appointment.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, agenda item 9, presentation regarding county priorities for the Tahoe Basin and Marlette Lake water system. And I believe we're going to go with Carson City first. Is that correct? Carson City. Darren Schultz. Proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Darren Schultz, I'm the Public Works Director for Carson City. I have with
Do
me
you,
here
do you have
today-
your mic on?
It's lit up.
Oh, speak up a little bit for us.
I'm Darren Schultz, the Public Works Director for Carson City, and I'm here to give a very brief overview of our water system as it relates to the Marlette water system. With me today is our City Manager, Nancy Paulson, our Utility Director, Andy Hummel, and our Water Operations Manager, Joe Reyna. So some of these items that I'm going to go over today kind of double up on what we just heard from David, so I'll go through them quickly. My presentation is very brief. Just a quick overview of our Carson City's current water system. It's rather complex, mostly due to the way we develop our water, both from the surface and from groundwater. Also because of the variance in topography for our city, we have a large number of different pressure zones. So every time water crosses from one zone to another, it has to be regulated. So the different colors on the screen represent the different pressure zones. All of our information there in terms of the size, and we have just over 18,000 accounts that we serve. It really does depend on the year and weather of where we get our water. We use conjunctive use, which is just a combination of groundwater and surface water. Last year, obviously, we used a lot of surface water, but a few years before that, when we were in a drought, we were using our groundwater wells much more often. So we go back and forth, just depending on what Mother Nature gives us. Our dependence on the Marlette water system, again, depends on the type of weather that we're having, but it can be anywhere from supplying 10% of our yearly water up to 25%. We are also connected with 2 other counties around us, Douglas County to the south and Lyon County to the east. A little bit of history of the surface water in Carson City. Some of this is a repeat of what you just heard, but in 1869 is the earliest record we have of someone in Carson City actually on a commercial level supplying water to businesses and residents. It should be noted that in the advertisement he put that the rates were moderate. That original water system was filled by the Quill Ranch Ponds, which is by Kings Creek and Springs, and we're still using that water today, 155 years later. In terms of the state and some of what David mentioned there of the state system being purchased by the state, and then that water starting to flow down to Carson City. The state actually owned their own water system within Carson City, and state buildings and facilities were served by that water system. It was independent of Carson City's water system, and that water was provided by this Marlette water system. In the late 80s is when the discussion started to happen about the state to abandon their system and to be served as a regular customer of Carson City. As part of that agreement, it was agreed upon that some of the Marlette water that was available from the mountain system would come to Carson City to be used to serve the state customers as well as other customers. And then shortly after that, our Quill water treatment plant opened in 1992 to correctly treat that water. General overview map, I'm going to skip this one since you just saw it. Talk a little bit about our Quill water treatment plant upgrades that are underway. As I mentioned, conjunctive use, so we really need to treat our water from all sides so that we can use groundwater at times and use surface water at times. Our water treatment plant allows us to blend the groundwater, which is often high in things that we don't want, with surface water that doesn't have that, and then all of the water is usable. We also want to meet future demands, so that's another big part of our Quill water treatment plant upgrade. The need for 8 MGD further of production to meet our build-out population of 80,000 people. Current plant is rated for 4.5 million gallons a day. We can actually only treat 1 million gallons a day due to the standards, the water standards having gone up and the degradation of our plant. It's over 30 years old, and the way we treat water is just outdated. It no longer will treat to meet the standards that are required. So we are under design of our new Quill water treatment plant, package filtration system with UV disinfection. We anticipate it to cost about $17 million. We are planning to be under construction later this year, this calendar year, and complete in late 2025. So where we are today, we are currently working under an interim agreement with the state on water purchase. It's a year-by-year agreement. We're working on a long-term agreement similar to what we've had before to meet the needs of the city as well as Story County and the needs of what the state needs to operate the system. During the Marlette Dam rehabilitation project that David just mentioned, we will here in Carson City have to depend on other sources of water to get us through that time when the lake is not functioning in terms of sending water over the hill. We are in, like I mentioned, we can take more water than we can treat, but the city continues to buy our full allotment of water, even though it can't be served to our customers. We do that in an effort to make sure we keep the state operation budget whole to function, and so we're purchasing more water than we're actually putting out to our customers. We are able to use that water and get some credit for it to put back into our groundwater storage, to pull out of our river induction wells, and then we exchange with some of the ranchers that we still have here in Carson City. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Questions? Senator Titus.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious. I'm the county health officer of Lyon County, so I'm always interested in public health issues and water treatment, especially. It comes up a lot with contamination. Always concerned about the groundwater, arsenic, heavy metals, those kind of exposures. But in your so I get that you have to treat the arsenic. There's minimal standards, and you would have to do that with all the groundwater. Curious about your statements about the surface water and concerns, environmental concerns, not just for contamination with bacteria, Giardia, and multiple other things that get into that on the surface. There are other contaminants that you mentioned here in your statement that you're not able to treat most of our surface water sources with current filtration process, but you're using a lot of the surface water now, but you can't treat it with your current process. Is that what you said?
That's a good question, and I understand the confusion. The technology that's in our plant right now, because it's behind the curve, we can only treat a lower amount of water than is actually available to us at that source, because we have to continue backwashing back and forth to allow us to treat. So that's the difference in it. It's the water is there for us to treat, but our technology is not to the current standards to where we can treat it all. So we can only treat a small portion at a time. The rest goes past us.
Correct. And so that's the only portion that goes to your citizens is the part that you've treated.
That's correct.
So in your new capacity as an advancement of treating more surface water, will you treat and have a different filtration system to maybe take out some of the contaminants that we are looking at now that are indeed in some of our water?
That's correct. Our new treatment system will be able to, it's very modern, and will keep up with everything that is current, and even some thoughts of future treatment that will be needed will be prepared for that. So the goal is to make sure that all the water that is available to us can in fact be treated and served to our customers.
Good, good. So, just because I'm concerned, and a previous comment was made during this committee hearing about contaminants, plastic contaminants, other type of chemicals that we never anticipated before. So hopefully when we do some modernization, we'll be able to anticipate that.
We will. A lot of that is out in front of us. There's still not even standards for some of those contaminants that we have. So we're aware of it. We're ready to jump on it. But until some regulation and laws get put into place, we don't really even know what we're dealing with a number of those. But it is on our radar.
Yeah, and that's, I'm sorry, one more just train of thought here. That's a forward thinking that's important, that because we don't even know what chemicals are out there, just making sure the new processes would perhaps capture some of that.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assemblywoman Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I heard correctly. You're in the process. You're getting the new treatment, the capabilities to treat a greater number of gallons, so we can not only meet the needs, but you treat the water that you have. That right now there's so much of it we can't treat. We're on that road, right?
That's correct. Okay. We're almost at 100% design, and we plan to go to construction with this new project this spring, summertime. Mm-hmm. It'll be under construction.
And do you know what's the estimate, if I may follow up, Mr. Chair? ETA, how long?
So it'll be ready in about maybe 12 to 18 months total. What's interesting is we anticipate our plant being up and ready, and right at that time or in around that time is when the construction of the dam is going to happen. Mm-hmm. So we will not be treating Marlette water right away, but we also treat the two creeks that come in off of the west side. Ash Creek and Kings, that's also surface water that flows through our new treatment plant as well.
And that will meet your demand? Would that meet your needs?
Well, what we'll do is during that time when the Marlette Lake water is dry for a period of time, we're just going to have to depend more on our wells and get through. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions down south? Vice Chair?
Yep. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask, you said something about the water that was unused was still being purchased and then resold for ranching, I believe. What's the thought behind that? I guess, wouldn't that make more sense I know the goal is really to store that unused water, right? Is it a use it or lose it situation, which I know we've come in, that's been an issue in Nevada, or what's the thought behind that?
So thank you for the question, Darren Schultz, for the record. Really what's happening is we as Carson City and Story County, we purchase water as it comes off the mountain. And that a large part of that purchase money goes to funding the operations, the state operations of the Marlette water system. So if we at any point say we're not going to take that water that's coming off the lake, then that overall budget, it's just not going to pencil out. The revenue is not coming in to match the expenses. So what we're doing, even though our treatment plant cannot treat all of the water that we're purchasing from the state system, we're continuing to purchase it so that the operation budget of the state remains whole. And that gap of water that we cannot actually treat that's going past us, we are looking for ways to reuse that within the community to get some sort of credit for it. And that's where I mentioned we are resupplying our groundwater, and we're also exchanging it with the ranchers, in the remaining ranchers in Carson City, for some of their creek rights, that water that we can treat. We use their creek rights, and then we send the Marlette water to the ranchers. So we're trying to do an exchange to make up the difference until we can treat all of the water that's coming.
Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Or no worries. So real quick, and I understand Carson, much like Story, who's coming next, really a part of this is the Marlette Lake water system, which is the two parts of our committee. But Carson City does have a little sliver that goes out, and you have some shoreline, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if you can answer these questions or not on what's your population. Obviously, Washoe and Douglas have the populations and more of the issues surrounding the lake and transportation, various things. Is there any concerns from Carson City on that side of it? Do you have residents or any significant number of people on your little stretch of the lake that's within the basin on the TRPA side?
Good question. Darren Schultz, for the record. I'll do my best to answer that. It is not my expertise. But we don't, Carson City's property that's lakefront, there's minimal, very, very minimal development services offered. So we're a little bit of a hands-off approach. We don't have any plans for the portion of Carson City that abuts the lake. We are included in the various committees and discussion about what's going on, especially as it relates to transportation. There is a large number of people that commute both to the lake for work or from the lake to Carson City for work. So we're part of those discussions as well, but we don't have any big plans for any of Carson City's land that goes up in the basin.
And I appreciate that. I suspected as much when you look at the development of Carson City. It goes up that west slope. It doesn't get over the top, and very little on the other side. My understanding is you do have the Thunderbird Lodge is in Carson, but other than that, I'm trying to think what's there. Not too much. Anyway, I appreciate that. That was my only question, and I know we're going to have a story come up next, and we'll get more information on the Marlette Lake side of it. Any other questions, committee? Being done, thank you for your time, and we'll move on to 9B, which is, or 9B, are we doing Douglas County next? Jennifer Davidson, okay. Proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Daley and distinguished members of the Legislative Committee for the review and oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the Marlette Lake Water System. My name is Jennifer Davidson, and I am the Douglas County Manager. Joining me today is Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager and longtime resident of the lake. For clarification, because we're bouncing around a bit for these presentations, I will just note that Douglas County's comments are going to be limited to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. We don't have anything to do with Marlette Lake. It is our pleasure to present on behalf of the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners and Douglas County Lake Tahoe residents, businesses, and visitors to address critical aspects of environmental stewardship and resource management in the Lake Tahoe Basin. We aim to provide this committee through our comments here today with an overview of the achievements, challenges, and proposed priorities for the Tahoe Basin that warrant your thoughtful consideration and oversight. It is through our sustained partnership with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and our fellow counties that we will be able to continue implementing sustainable development initiatives, preserve our natural resources, address critical health and safety issues, and enhance the quality of life at and around the lake. Thank you for your time and dedication to the betterment of our region. As you know, Lake Tahoe is one of the world's greatest treasures. With lush forests, meadows, and marshes, pristine beaches, and majestic mountain peaks that surround the famously clear Blue Lake in the Sierra Nevada. It has attracted visitors from across the globe for generations. Today, its proximity to major metropolitan areas in Northern California and Nevada make it a natural outdoor playground for millions of people looking for summer and winter recreation opportunities. The complex biodiversity of flora and fauna at the lake reminds us of the delicate interplay between residents, visitors, the economy, and the environment, and our collective responsibility to become good stewards of this remarkable place. The need to strike a careful balance between people and place will be a reoccurring theme in many presentations by our partner agencies here today, and for many obvious and important reasons. During peak times of visitation, Tahoe's roads clog with traffic, and parking demands exceed capacity at recreation sites. Sanitation facilities become overwhelmed with trash overflowing into the environment and littering the otherwise pristine landscape. Especially troubling is the amount of trash left behind on beaches and in the lake. Douglas County will continue to work with our partners to educate visitors to recreate responsibly and to address the impacts of tourism on the facilities we manage in the basin. Additionally, many nonprofit agencies, such as the Lead to Save Lake Tahoe, have also stepped up with an army of volunteers to fill in critical gaps, collecting hundreds of pounds of litter annually from beaches, parking areas, and trails. The data collected from their lake cleanup events, stretching back more than a decade, have led to litter prevention policies, improved land management, and heightened awareness and public engagement to address the pollution challenges facing Lake Tahoe. However, Douglas County is concerned and believes that all concessionaires and public and private property managers must also be held accountable for their inability to manage negative impacts from visitors on lake resources. This seasonal influx of visitors is important to our economy and needs to be supported and managed with the utmost care and consideration for our delicate environmental balance and those whose livelihood depends upon a world-class experience at the lake. There is consensus in Douglas County that to meet the growing travel demand in the Tahoe region, there needs to be a robust and innovative transportation system and a coordinated parking strategy that does not stop at county lines. To truly reduce vehicle miles traveled, transportation initiatives cannot be undertaken in a vacuum. That includes those decisions and strategies implemented by the states of Nevada and California. The US 50 corridor acts as an important local connection for a wide range of recreation, employment, and residential centers, while also being an important regional connector for commerce and through connectivity. Highway 50 is the main access to many popular public recreational areas, such as Van Sickle Bi-State Park, Nevada Beach, Round Hill Pines Historic Resort Beach, Zephyr Cove Resort and Beach, Cave Rock State Park, Logan Shoals Vista, and Spooner Lake State Park. It provides access to numerous trails, including the famed Tahoe Rim Trail, the Tahoe Trail, and other U.S. Forest Service state and local public lands. Most importantly, Highway 50 is the only access to many residential properties and smaller businesses located along the corridor, as well as the primary access from the east to businesses and the casino corridor of South Lake Tahoe. The corridor experiences high volumes of traffic, not only in peak summer season, but throughout the year, from a mix of users, including commercial trucks and passenger vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists. Safety is a major issue on this corridor as it experiences a high rate of fatal vehicle crashes, a large number of shoulder-parked cars, pedestrians, and bicyclists crossing or traveling along the highway, and little transit service to this corridor. On January 20th, 2022, Douglas County entered into a charter agreement regarding the US 50 Corridor Management Plan project. The project charter is an agreement between the project sponsor, the Nevada Department of Transportation, and the following agencies: Douglas County, the Nevada Division of State Parks, the Nevada Division of State Lands, the Tahoe Transportation District, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, the Washoe Tribe, U.S. Forest Service, and the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. The purpose of the project charter is to document key agreements between the project sponsor and the partnering agencies on the essential elements of the US 50 Corridor Management Plan. The project charter is a non-binding agreement that sets forth a partnership of cooperation for the planning process. It demonstrates the commitment necessary for accomplishing multi-agency coordination within the corridor in developing a single document and improving the US 50 National Scenic Byway, America's most beautiful drive. During the spring of 2022, an NDOT study team conducted additional listening tours, to receive feedback on potential backbone concepts to further advance the study of Highway 50. A wide range of feedback was received, most of which was passionate and primarily negative regarding lane reductions, bike paths, and bike lane enhancements. As a result of the significant public feedback, NDOT, which had intended to come to Douglas County Board of Commissioners in February 2023, was delayed in order to analyze alternatives and additional public input. Douglas County received notification in July 2023 that NDOT was going to implement a temporary demonstration project on a 1-mile section of Highway 50 from Zephyr Cove to Round Hill Pines without public input. Douglas County immediately protested and invoked the conflict resolution protocols of the January 2023 charter that had been previously approved. After some dialogue, NDOT agreed to postpone the temporary demonstration project, and Douglas County supports this decision. However, county officials remain concerned that proposals to reduce the number of lanes on Highway 50 may still be considered in the future and may create a separate set of unintended public health and safety consequences for users, especially when the road in question serves as the only evacuation route for many areas of the lake. Alternatively, Douglas County supports the continued funding of a robust network of public transit, parking systems, trails, sidewalks, and bike lanes that will ensure that every Tahoe resident and visitor has access to safe, reliable, and convenient alternatives to travel throughout the region, to homes, workplaces, schools, commercial areas, and recreation sites. Most importantly, there needs to be day access to the lake without having to drive, as the proportion of day visitors versus those who choose to visit the lake and stay overnight continues to increase. We support making it easier for visitors to arrive and leave their cars parked while exploring everything Tahoe has to offer. Building separated multimodal trails, instituting parking management solutions, and providing transit service within the U.S. Highway 50 corridor will create a gathering place for visitors and residents with connections to mountain and lakeside recreation, nearby neighborhoods, convenient parking, and cost-effective transit. Also consistent with matters related to public safety, we applaud TRPA for their support of the emergency management and fuels reduction programs in the basin. The Calder Fire served as a recent reminder that fuels reduction and emergency preparedness continue to be an important issue for Douglas County residents and visitors of the lake. We support TRPA's approach to encourage innovative management of forest resources on public land, and we support more delegation of these responsibilities and authority to the local fire districts. In December of 2012, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Governing Board adopted an updated regional plan that included new goals and policies to guide future land use decisions in the Tahoe region, and an updated TRPA Code of Ordinances, which included new provisions that allow for local jurisdictions, in coordination with TRPA, to prepare coordinated area plans to implement the updated regional plan. Douglas County has 2 area plans, the South Shore Area Plan and the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan, that will need to be updated to further the goals and policies in the regional plan and meet the provisions of Chapter 13 area plans in the TRPA Code of Ordinances, as well as other TRPA regulations. There are many important policy considerations in the South Shore Area Plan and Tahoe Douglas Area Plan that align with the Douglas County priorities briefly discussed here today. These area plans will be drafted to further build upon the concepts identified previously and the soon-to-be-adopted Douglas County Strategic Plan. They will include the continuation of successful strategies used to further accelerate environmental improvements and restoration in partnership with TRPA, including environmental redevelopment, the transfer of development rights from environmentally sensitive areas to high-density areas, requiring water quality improvements for projects, and maintenance and further implementation of regional area-wide stormwater improvements. These documents will undergo a significant public feedback and engagement process prior to final adoption. Additionally, an important component of regional planning moving forward will be the region's response to the housing needs in the basin. Douglas County supports TRPA's effort to provide sustainable and affordable workforce housing in walkable communities. This strategy in the Lake Tahoe region will help reduce car travel and improve public safety by providing housing costs for employees and employers who find it difficult to live in the Tahoe Basin because of the increased housing costs. We support and encourage workforce housing solutions. We support TRPA's implementation of their workforce housing goals in the Lake Tahoe Basin. Lastly, we encourage TRPA to continue its support of the Tahoe Blue Event Center, which was recently opened in Douglas County portion of Lake Tahoe. The event center was constructed to support the Lake Tahoe economy in an environmentally responsible and safe manner. The Visitors Authority, which operates the facility, is committed to perfecting the entertainment environment in the basin by conserving precious resources through the implementation of smart transit management practices. Douglas County encourages the modification of some of the restrictions that limit the number of activities and events that are allowed each year in an attempt to restrict or reduce visitation in the Tahoe Basin. This has had an unintended consequence, which restricts local use by the community groups and local agencies such as ours. Things such as dance recycles, local sporting events, fundraisers, and of course public meetings hosted by Douglas County are restricted from using the facility because of an arbitrary event restriction. Our request is to exempt local events that already take place in the Tahoe Basin at nearby facilities. Douglas County residents would enjoy the use of the event center for these local events and would support the event center through its use and patronage. In conclusion, Douglas County supports policies and improvement projects that will conserve and restore Tahoe's environment, revitalize communities, improve the quality of life for residents and quality of experience for visitors, improve mobility and safety for people walking and biking, and improve recreation and lake access and overall sustainability. On behalf of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, we are thankful for this opportunity to present our priorities and look forward to a continued successful relationship with the state of Nevada and Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a lot. Questions from the committee? Senator Titus?
Sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. I appreciate your presentation. Just curious where we stand with the microtransit development now that has been really a center of attention and I think is really critical.
Thank you, Senator Titus, for the question. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. The Event Center has implemented the microtransit program. Douglas County does contribute an amount of dollars to that program. I believe we have committed $600,000 this year, and I think it was around the same in previous years. That program has been expanded both on the California side and on the Nevada side to increase ridership, and they are seeing some success. We are encouraging the Event Center to continue to expand it and to look for opportunities to tie it in with many of the transit, public transit options that we have in place in Douglas County.
Good to know it's moving forward. Thank you.
Any questions down south? Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. You had made a lot of recommendations. I tried to jot some notes down as you were going, but I was just wondering if there were if you had those written so we could see those as well. I'm not sure I caught everything. You really did cover a lot, so thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for your suggestion. Yes, we did provide a written comments, and I apologize for the lengthiness. You give Douglas County a microphone, and we have some things that we would like to see addressed at the lake, as evidenced by many of our residents in attendance today. We are a passionate group who loves Lake Tahoe, and we want to see good decisions made at the lake. Yes, my comments have been submitted today here in writing.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, and it was a lot, and I'll have to look your stuff up too. I wrote down a couple of notes. So, so on the Highway 50 charter agreement or whatever, you listed off a bunch of the same people, TRPA. How much of that is duplicative of some stuff that's already being done. You have the Tahoe Transportation District, you have TRPA, you have NDOT. We're going to be speaking with NDOT later as we come up in our proceedings. So I'm just concerned that there's another entity that's going to come up with opposing ideas or different considerations based on what's good for one area of the lake and not the other. And in conjunction with that is you guys are the closest ones to the only municipality at the lake in South Lake Tahoe. Are they involved in these discussions at all, or is it just the Nevada side?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your question. I will defer for a response to my colleague, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Jennifer. Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. Chairman Daley, the charter agreement you're referring to is specific to one particular project initiated by the Nevada Department of Transportation in order to collaborate with a number of players on the Nevada side. We do participate in many groups, some of which seem duplicative, whether it's the bike path projects or the Loop Road project. There are many players, and it takes a lot of meat to make sausage in Lake Tahoe. This particular agreement was just specific to the corridor management plan and trying to identify ways to enhance the safety on Highway 50.
Understood, and I just get concerned over a lot of duplication. People say, well, I don't like the answer I get from Mom, so I'll go to Dad and try to get a different answer, it's just some questions, and I'll review this and we'll probably catch up with you on this, because we did want to get the priorities from the county perspectives and various things. I know we'll have some presentation from Washoe County coming up as well. But my understanding is that, I forget the name of the exact name, the Tahoe District. Anyway, you guys have a Convention and Visitors Authority, which built the event center and some of the funding that comes from there. So of the money that's generated to that, is it specific to South Shore Lake Tahoe, or is it Douglas County wide? How much of it stays in the basin? Is there resources available for some of this other implementation? Because I think that's where you have some of this divergence of where priorities are on the funds and various things. Obviously, if you have a agency for visitors, Convention and Visitor Authority, that you have the resorts and various things behind that in order to help them, versus the transportation for some of the other issues and various things. And the question I asked earlier, the TRPA, where's the hierarchy of the deal, which is protecting, restoring the environment, visitors, access, and everybody getting to enjoy the lake, economic concerns, third or further down on some of those questions. So how well do you work with that group that's more development orientated or more on the economic driver side of the equation, and are they putting in a fair share towards addressing some of these issues? Obviously, they have an interest in the transportation part, in those vehicle travels and making sure more people can come and enjoy the lake, but it's not their sole purpose, or probably even their first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager, for the record. What a complicated onion you're referring to, and we're starting to peel back the layers.
And what isn't of all of the presentations we've heard today? Right,
and what is this onion that we're looking at? Right, I think as this committee is really focused on TRPA oversight, and I don't want to lose sight of that. But there is so much going on in the dynamic at the lake that to look at one piece of the puzzle without speaking to these other layers, it's an incomplete picture. And certainly there are a wide variety of problems that each of the jurisdictions around the lake are encountering and having to manage. When we talk about issues of travel, housing, all of these pieces are things that TRPA touches on, and are certainly problems that we can't solve on our own. I mentioned not being able to even begin to scratch the surface on transportation issues in a vacuum. Douglas County can put pieces of the puzzle in place, but without playing well with our partner agencies, we're not going to be able to solve these problems. And that includes industry leaders at the lake. The economic piece of this puzzle is such a huge driver of solutions at the lake, and they have been very engaged in the conversation with Douglas County, very engaged with TRPA, and very interested in shifting some of the negative public perception around so much over-loving Tahoe tourism being drawn in the lake, and using that economic driver to solve these problems. I think we consider the event center to be a successful recent project that did it well. There was a portion of the permitting process that required a funding of microtransit. Each ticket that is sold at that event center, I believe $4 come back to microtransit. But that is just one means of trying to address this public transportation monster. And so many entities are players. So the more that we can bring to the room and join the conversation, the more effective our problem-solving approaches are going to be. Our comments today regarding NDOT and Highway 50 is we are concerned that not enough players are being involved in a conversation to try to solve an important public safety problem. And that sometimes when we try to solve problems, when we do not consider all aspects of the problem, we can create larger unintended consequences. And so I understand that you guys don't have oversight over NDOT, but certainly TRPA has a voice in the conversation, Douglas County has a voice in the conversation, and Highway 50 public transit, we're going to have to come up with some solutions here. Regional approaches to this are needed.
And thank you for that. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody. I know that the resorts and those types of economic, people's overnight stays and various things, room tax, the rest of it, is an important economic driver and makes the lake visitable, right? It enhances people's experience if that's the route that they go, if they're not just day visitors. So we're not trying to say anybody's bad on that. I was just curious on how much their investment was to address these issues. It may not be to their core issue. Businesses are in business to make money and stay in business, right? But in order to increase that, make investment in other things. And you're right, we don't have in our title the oversight of Douglas County's issues at the lake, but I think they all mesh together, which is why I wanted to hear from the counties. What are your priorities? What are their concerns? Is it working? What's not working? So hopefully we can, like I said in the beginning, make some meaningful recommendations and try to make this work together. Everybody has their own concerns and their own issues, and there has to be this equilibrium. Not everyone's going to be happy. I learned a long time ago, you cannot make everybody happy. Some people you can never make happy, right? So you got to recognize your limitations, and then, do the most amount of good for the most amount of people, the most amount of the time, you're probably going to be okay. But we do have, in my mind, those hierarchies. Protect the environment, restoration, enhancing the visitors' experience, and some of the economic concerns. Obviously, you can't have one without all the rest. So on that last question, at least for me, you talked about an exemption for local events. So who has to make that exemption? Is that a state issue, or is it the cities, the county? Who gets to make that decision?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager, for the record. That issue is a condition that was placed on the operating permit for the event center that caps the number of events that can occur at the lake. We think that condition was well intended. Obviously, the goal is to reduce overall vehicle miles traveled.
Whose condition was it?
I'm sorry, TRPA's condition on the permit, the operating permit at the lake. And so if the goal is to reduce overall vehicle miles traveled at the lake, what appears to be counterintuitive is local events are going to happen at the lake regardless. Community events are going to happen at the lake regardless. That traffic is going to be there. And so we would like to see a carve out for local events. we think it's going to be important for the community to see this event center as a community center as well and to embrace it, or there is going to be a buildup of resentment towards this event center. And the community will begin to look at it and wonder, why did we ever allow that to happen? This is a really important balancing act, and when we're turning away high school bands from being able to do their winter performance in an event center because of a condition we placed on a permit, perhaps we need to rethink some of our conditions and make sure that they are logical.
And thank you for the answer. I just didn't know who put the condition on or where you would have to go to do that. I'm generally not a fan of having a rule and then creating carve-outs and exceptions. That's one of the questions I'll have for TRPA when I meet with them before, because they can relax restrictions and various things. But at the same time, the reason that language is in the compact and you're asking for that is sometimes it makes sense. And a lot of what we do in Carson City is to fix unintended consequences or close loopholes we didn't anticipate. And in regard to DOT, maybe not this committee, but I know people, in fact, the legislature has some say over what DOT does. So just FYI. Any additional questions, committee? Thank you for your presentation, and we'll move on next to, I believe, Story County. 9C. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman Daly, and members of this committee. Thank you for having us today. We appreciate it. My name is Austin Osborne. I'm the Story County Manager, and with me here today is Steve Walker from Walker and Associates. He's our foremost authority in the understanding of the Marlette water system, as well as the Story County side of the system. And also with us today, Commissioner Mitchell's with us, and then we have Jason Wisberkey, our Public Works Director, as well as Will Adler from SSGR, also works with us in water-related matters. So an overview of what we wanted to present today is just a little discussion about the system as it pertains to the Story County side of the overall water program. I want to bring to your attention that we recently completed our 2023 countywide water resources plan. A majority of that plan focuses on this system. And really today we'll talk about the capacity of the system, some capital improvements that we're making, needs, fiscal obligations, and a little bit of discussion about the future in the region. So just for some orientation, on our side, this is a map of Story County, and at the bottom left corner is really the focus of the area we're talking out today, because the Marlette system is part of the Comstock. Under the Franktown Decree, the communities of Virginia City, Gold Hill, and Silver City, which you see at the bottom, which is located in Lyon County, are part of this system. But there would be a small discussion in that green area and a little bit to the bottom of blue in our plan of potential considerations for future expansion of water into areas that are currently not covered under the Franktown Decree. That is really not the nexus of today's discussion, but it is a note that should be mentioned today as we look at some housing opportunities in other areas, as well as addressing a community to the north of us that has dry wells. Just a little more orientation here. This cartoon image kind of gives you a little bit of an idea. You saw the state presentation earlier at the bottom left of this slide, where their system goes to I-580, And then from that point over where you talked about that pressure of 600 pounds per square inch and the siphon system, from that point to the east is our side of the system. So when you look at that area from the highway over to about the first green tank, that is roughly about 7 miles. And at that point, that is the siphon. That's where the pressure is, where the water is going from one basin to another. And then from those green tanks to that point is gravity feed over to our water treatment facility. And then everything that you see beyond that yellow, which is the water treatment facility and turns blue, is more of the distribution and the storage facilities in Virginia City, Gold Hill. I just want to make a little bit of attention to that middle area that looks like a valley. That is American Flat. That area was included in the original water system. In 1963, it was removed. We would like to discuss the potential of adding that back into the system, as we know there might be some housing opportunities there that might be served by this system. It's important to note that for Virginia City, Gold Hill, and Silver City, it is our only source of water comes from this system. There are no wells, there's no river, there's nothing else. This is it for us. So in this area, we're looking at about 1,300 population and roughly about 800 connections. Those are residential, commercial. There's some small industry as well. That would be a connection or two in that system. And then for, you can see, I'll talk about a little bit later, the potential for this to double in size based on current capacities. So we work under the water use agreement with the state of Nevada. As you heard earlier in a presentation, we're still working under that agreement of 2002 while we're negotiating a successor agreement with the state. Right now, we use about 221 acre-feet of water. And there's the potential for that water to double in capacity based on the existing system as it is today. In this slide here, for the right side, the uses in this area are pretty typical: residential and commercial, the downtown Virginia City corridor, for example. There are some industrial properties in the area that have been in zoned industrial for quite some time. Our water master plan addresses the potential need for that type of use. I think what's equally important for us is fire suppression. We rely solely on this water for both wildland and urban fire suppression. We are in a Tier 1 or in a Tier 2 wildland interface area. And then also, as a historic district, a lot of our buildings lack the modern building codes for fire protection. So the picture you saw earlier of the pond with the fountain, that is an improvement we've made recently to the system. It's actually a fire dip. You can take water out of there and provide for that service. This is our current and our build-out numbers. So you look at Virginia City, Gold Hill, Silver City, we're currently using about 221 acre-feet of water. The expansion would double that, so you're looking at about roughly 700 acre-feet that would be needed for a build-out of existing parcels without any other changes made to the community. Adding American Flat to this system, based on the acreage it has and the potential that we have for the houses that would fit in the available acreage, you'd be adding about another 300 acre-feet to that. Roughly, the total altogether is about 1,500 acre-feet if you did nothing else that we would need from the system to be fully built out. Of course, that may not account for if we were to do further subdivisions of parcels and things like that. Some of the challenges that we have are really highlighted in this picture. This is a blowout on the Silver City water line just about 2016. Our Public Works Department is very familiar with this event. This is about a 20-30 foot geyser. This is not even the high pressure water line going to the Comstock. This is a regular feed going down to Silver City. These types of things happen often. They're usually scheduled on weekends and holidays when these types of things happen, but we get blowouts and geysers and water boil notices and all of those sorts of things happen very often. So this is a very important picture to include in this slide. But some of the challenges also include staffing. like all organizations we're going through today, trying to keep staffing, especially in a water department where they have to be highly specialized, highly certified and skilled. Sometimes they get taken by other agencies once they get to that point. This is a real challenge for us. And I'm going to talk a little bit later. There's only 800 people paying into the system. And with that, you have a very small pool of people paying rates that are being transferred into maintaining all of this. So it's an everyday challenge for all of us to maintain this. So far, we have been working on this despite our challenges. So we have put about hold on one moment here. I think I'm one slide off. Okay, thank you. This is an overview of our system, and one picture you see in there is the Divide Reservoir. That is a replacement of what existed in the 1800s and been rehabilitated, mainly a firewater dip, but it's also for other emergency use. But generally, it's about $61 million that are needed overall in the system. $12 million is needed for that transmission line that was talked about earlier in a prior presentation, and you can see the other needs up to the point of build-out. So we have done about $12 million worth of upgrades to the system on our side of the pipeline. You can see we have a new treatment plant that is from the 90s. It has the capacity to double in size, and we are looking at that in our capital improvement plan. There's water lines for transmission, water lines for distribution, reservoirs, a B Street water line, and as you see the tank there, Hillside tank, has been replaced recently. Most of this is being paid for either by bonds or by transferring that those costs over to the local ratepayers, other capital improvement, as well as through several USDA grants that we have gotten, as well as state revolving fund. What's needed is about 61 million more. You see the B Street water line project that was just finished a month ago. But you can see from that siphon, the transmission, getting everything up to the point of build out, and then the potential for further division of land that may occur within the service area would be included in this. This does not include the potential of moving water to the Highlands or to Mark Twain, which are outside of the Franktown decree. That would be additional costs from this if that were to be considered. And for rates on the left and debt, to give you an idea where our finances are on this, our water rate comparisons to the region, I highlighted Story County, which is at about $47.59 for typical residents. Compared to the region, you can see we're approaching the cap of about how far you can go with charging residents for improvements as well as operating the system. We are exceeded by the Silver Springs GID a little bit, but we're pretty close, and we're certainly exceeding the other jurisdictions. As far as debt and revenue, it cost us about $600,000 a year to operate the system. It brings in roughly about $600 million in revenue to do the same. So it's a very close and tight budget. What kind of we believe is potentially by adding residents to the American Flat area, and also by potentially adding these two other communities to the water system, as well as continuing to reach build out in the Comstock area, that this will add more ratepayers to the system, more connection rates, and other revenues that might help offset these costs and allow us maybe to hire more staff to operate, and also to seek more grant funding and other opportunities for improvements. Really, the next steps at this point, there's four. At this point, we are in negotiations with the state of Nevada in cooperation with Carson City, as well as Tumwa, with potential surplus water elements. We are working under the 2002 water agreement now. We expect that a successor agreement here will be reached soon in completion of our master plan, and our neighbors doing the same. Secondly, we're continuing to build our capital improvement plan for the necessary improvements, and looking at tax revenue, grants, and other funding sources that we're in Washington right now working on to get funding for those. And then also really to look at potential out-of-the-box regional ideas on what could we do together between the state of Nevada, Carson City, and the users to come up with ways that maybe we could work together for a mutually beneficial programs for improvement. And then lastly, we certainly would offer you a tour as you're looking out to the state of the Marlette system on the state side. We'd be happy also to accommodate you on the Story County side of the system to get acquainted with these programs. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, we're happy to discuss this with you. Go ahead.
If I may, Chairman, I'd like to add a comment. For the record, Steve Walker, Walker & Associates. I've been monitoring this committee since 2001, and we've always had this discussion about the Marlette Lake water system, but we really don't talk about its resource potential, how much water's there. There's very few times we even talk about the water rights. The basic water right for Virginia City is in the Franktown Creek. Franktown's a creek that goes through Little Valley, and it is 10 CFS. A CFS is 448 gallons a minute, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. If you do the math, that's 7,000 acre feet. The last water assessment that I know of that area was done during the reconnaissance reports by the state engineers during the 60s and 70s. The reconnaissance report for Washoe Valley was done in April 1967. Like there was 256 basins in the state of Nevada. Most of them do have these reconnaissance reports. But if you look at the measurement of actually Franktown Creek during that period, the flow of Franktown Creek, and this was measurements from about 8 years in the 60s, shows that it's the largest creek on the whole Washoe Valley system. That in May it had 20 CFS, June 5, July 1.69. So again, we're in the situation that we find ourselves in Nevada of, yes, we have water rights, do we have the resource? And so what I'm proposing is that there is going to be new demands on this system. There will be new additional resource use, particularly I think in Story County. We need to have that assessment and maybe work together, the state, the county users, the cities, Carson City, Story County, the users, to actually know what kind of resource we actually have. And since 1967, there's been a snowtail site put in at Little Valley. There's another 50 years of data, or 60, on the Marlette snowtail. So there's additional information that we need to gather and make a better resource assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Question? Senator Titus?
So thank you both for being here today. I appreciate the comments and information. I've been reading some interesting history books about Nevada, and especially mining and history, and that water siphon from Marlette Lake to Virginia City was quite the accomplishment in engineering. You have many other developments in Story County besides the Virginia City, especially in the industrial park and with Tesla and some of those areas. Is that water all coming from Tumwa, agreements with Tumwa?
Senator Austin Osborne for the record. So I'm not quite sure exactly what you're asking, so I'm going to do the best.
So you're saying that 100% of the water in Virginia City comes from the Marlette Lake system, and that you have only 800 residents on that system, correct?
Correct.
Is that the population? I was just curious because Story County certainly has huge developments in the rest of your county, and so for Story County overall water usage, are you then do you come through the Carson district, TCID or Tumwa, or what is your, the capacity, and where does that break down?
Okay. Thank you for your clarification, Senator Austin Osborne. For the record, there's about 1,300 residents in Virginia City, Comstock area. The county as a whole has about 4,200 residents, give or take. There are general improvement districts serving the Lockwood community, the Canyon GID. Tahoe Reno Industrial Center is served by the Tri-General Improvement District. And then our Highlands community and the Mark Twain community and Painted Rock are served by domestic wells. So those are the other water sources that are happening in the county, if that answers your question.
Exactly, that's what I was looking at. Mr. Walker, Steve, you may be able to give us a little bit more. I know you know the history, but I was just curious about the other residential developments, the industrial developments, and how you spread that water around, and where you're getting water. So the 800 that are served by the water from Marlette Lake, if you know, do my math, is less than 20%. I think about 20% of your population is served by the Marlette Lake. Roughly.
Senator Austin Osborne, for the record, you're about right. I mean, looking at the distribution of population, our population is about equal when you look at the Lockwood community, the Highlands, and then the Comstock, and a little bit with Mark Twain. It's roughly a third, and a third, with a little bit of difference in the Mark Twain community as far as human population and not industrial.
So having asked that question, my next question, and it's related to the Marlette Lake system, when you pay, where's the expenses on your cost to pay for water for the Marlette Lake system versus the other water resources? And my point is, are those folks on the Marlette Lake system or the Franktown decree, are they having, when you gave us an example of what folks are paying on rates, is that rate into all your citizens or just those on that decree? I'm just curious if part of your citizens are paying an exorbitant rate versus what do you pay the rest of your citizens?
All right. Thank you, Senator Austin Osborne, for the record. So, yes, the residents that live and the businesses that are part of the Comstock area, so Virginia City, Gold Hill, and Silver City, are paying into the system that we just talked about. Our other community members are not. But the Canyon General Improvement District is a similar situation where those ratepayers are paying into their system. And then the Tri-GID also is a similar situation where the members are paying into their systems independently.
Just final question, thanks, Mr. Chair, thanks for your patience. You on your presentation, page 13, you gave us all those rate comparisons, $47, $19, $26. So I would appreciate a follow-up, perhaps you could send it obviously to all the committee members, what the others in your county, what rates are they paying? Because you didn't compare those rates to within your county, you compare to them to the other districts, not all in your county.
Senator Austin Osborne, in response to your question, I'd be happy to provide this as well as other elements of our water resources master plan, as well as our infrastructure master plan that includes these numbers, including for the Canyon GID and for the Tri-GID.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody down south have any questions? No, not seeing any. So real quick, just a couple. Right now the Highlands are on just domestic wells, right?
Correct, Senator.
And if I was looking at your numbers, and I'm trying to remember back to our presentation from Marlette Lake and a couple of things that were said. So you guys have 495 acre feet or whatever is what you're paying for now, or what your allocation is, but you said your build out would be 1,500. Can you get the rest of that difference? 1,000 acre feet from Marlette Lake, or where would that come from if you were able to do your build out?
So, Chairman, thank you. Austin Osborne, for the record. So in response to that, the 1,500 acre feet that I discussed today would be just to do the build out of the current Comstock system. So if we were just to fill out every existing parcel and then add American Flat to that, you're talking about 1,500 acre feet. To get water to the Highlands, where there's several dry wells and where water is a problem, we have wells in that area that are 1,200 feet, 1,700 feet. That's not unheard of, that don't have water, would be in addition to that. We also have a water master plan that talks about the infrastructure potential cost to make that happen. It is substantial. With over $100 million to get water to the Highlands, for example, to do what's necessary to provide that community the water that they would need for roughly the 700 residents there that are now, as well as doubling that for the existing parcels that are in that area.
And I understand, but I'm looking at what slide 6. It says Water Use Agreement 2002, and that's 20 years ago, obviously. It says 495 acre feet is the Comstock limit. You're using 221. So where's the difference between that 495 limit, or maybe I'm misunderstanding it, and the 1,500 if you were to do the build out? Where's the other 1,000 acre feet come from? Or is there opportunity to get more from Marlette Lake? If I remember, Marlette Lake people said that there's much more capacity for the lake than is being used by either Carson or Story. But I also heard them say sometimes in the summertime it's dry or not providing anything. I'm assuming you have storage tanks to get you through those stretches.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Austin Osborne for the record. So looking at that slide here, so there's about 221 acre feet that are being used now currently. If you were to build the system out, and our water master plan does provide a little bit of discussion about the different types of uses that could occur, and each of them have a different amount of water. A residence in our plan, for example, is about 0.3 acre feet, where an industrial use could be over 1 acre foot. So looking at the existing parcels, the existing zoning, and what potentially could happen, and then adding American Flat into that would be about 1,500 acre feet, we believe, for that full build out if the entire community was built and American Flat. But right now, we don't have the ability under that 2002 agreement to get to that number. We would have to negotiate that agreement to get to a higher number in order to have a full build out of that capacity. And also to add the American Flat area back into the system. It was excluded in 1963.
Okay, so I understood. So you don't have the water now, you'd have to negotiate more from the Marlette Lake system. And if I heard correctly, if I remember, that there's potential capacity there. I think they said something around 7,000 acre feet, if I remember correctly, or it might be a different number, but nevertheless. So there is opportunity there, and Highlands would be a lot more. That's another deal. Let them stay on their wells for now, I guess. Anyway, all right. So I think I understand that you'd have to negotiate more from the Marlette Lake system. Does it go dry occasionally?
Mr. Chairman, Austin Osborne for the record, you are correct in that. And as far as what goes dry, I'd be happy to answer that question. I'm not quite sure what you're asking with the system going dry. We have not gone dry. We seem to have a reliable source of water right now for our communities.
No worries. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, guys.
Thank you, committee.
Yep,
Thank
which
you.
I believe will bring us to our last and fourth county, Washoe County. I saw Alexis here earlier. So proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity for Washoe County to present today. This is an honor to be before this committee, and I'm really looking forward to sharing with you our piece of Lake Tahoe and some of the issues that are happening in Washoe County.
Need to say your name for the record.
Yes, sir. Alexis Hill with the Washoe County Commission. I also, on the line is Ms. Matievich, who is our Legislative Affairs Liaison. Ms. Matievich, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair, are you able to hear and see me?
Yes. We are going to tag team this presentation today. I will be controlling the slides, and Ms. Matievich will be doing the first part of the presentation, and then I will be covering the last part. So we will begin.
Thank you, Chair Hill. For the record, my name is Cadence Matievich, and as Chair Hill stated, I am Government Affairs Liaison for Washoe County. Please forgive me for not being able to be with you today. Unfortunately, I am a victim of the latest COVID wave. So while I had hoped to see all of you, none of you wanted to see me today except virtually. So, and my thanks, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Keller and Ms. Harper for helping accommodate me under these less than ideal circumstances. And so you've heard a lot today about the collaboration that takes place in the Lake Tahoe Basin, particularly amongst Nevada's local governments, TRPA and the state. We wanted to start our presentation, though, with giving you just a little bit of an overview about Washoe County's portion of the Lake Tahoe Basin and our community there and the services that Washoe County provides in the Lake Tahoe Basin to both residents, businesses, and visitors. And so you'll see there on the first slide an overview of Washoe County's facilities and services that we provide in the Lake Tahoe Basin. Those range from our sheriff's office, our library, community centers. We operate a justice court in Incline Village, and we also operate vote centers during election seasons. We have a public works department that has dedicated staff in the Incline Village, Crystal Bay area, and you'll see there the variety of services that they provide. And you've heard a lot today about how transportation and things that happen on our roads affect the quality of the water in Lake Tahoe. And so Washoe County's Public Works team is an important part of that in the basin, our portion of the basin. Next slide, please. In addition to Washoe County, there are other local government entities that operate in our portion of the basin. There's some information for you on the Washoe County School District enrollment in the schools. That is for the current school year. The North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District is not a county fire district, but they do provide the fire protection, emergency medical services, rescue, and other services that you see there in the Washoe County portion of the Lake Tahoe Basin. And then also you've heard referred to earlier general improvement districts, and within our portion of the basin, the Incline Village General Improvement District, which provides water service, sewer service, solid waste through a franchise service provider, and also a variety of recreation services to the residents of Incline Village. Next slide, please. Demographic information on our community. The U.S. Census Bureau divides our portion of the Tahoe Basin into two census areas, Incline Village and Crystal Bay. You see there the population information. The hour is late, and so I won't spend a ton of time looking at this. But I think you'll find some interesting ties between the population and housing unit information, median age, as we talk further about some of our priorities, particularly related to affordable housing and workforce housing in the basin. You may find some interesting ties between that demographic data that's available there and that later discussion that the chair will cover, that Chair Hill will cover, excuse me. Next slide, please. A little more information about our community profile as it relates to land use in the basin. You'll see there the number of our total assessors parcels, the numbers that have exemptions, and some interesting information for those of the committee members. I know most of you understand the complexities of Nevada's real property tax system and the tax caps. And so there's some insight to be gleaned there with respect to designation of parcels, residential parcels, as low cap status and high cap status, because that helps provide additional insight into how many of the residential properties in Nevada are occupied full-time versus part-time versus being available for rental on a semi-permanent basis. And then you'll see there that we have currently 665 short-term rental permits in the Tahoe Basin, which represents 93% of all of the short-term rental permits in unincorporated Washoe County. So a great deal of those, nearly all of them, are for us in the unincorporated area in the Washoe Basin. And so with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to participate, and I will turn it back over to Chair Hill.
Thank you, Ms. Matievich. I will talk about some of Washoe County's current priorities. At Lake Tahoe, we like to refer to the Lake Tahoe portion of Washoe County as Washoe Tahoe, so you may hear me say that today. Please remember that there are so many priorities in Lake Tahoe. I know you've heard from constituents today, and you'll hear from them after this presentation and public comment. And so this is not all encompassing of every single priority, but they are some of the really immediate priorities that we see that Washoe County can play a role in. So we conducted a Washoe Tahoe Transportation Plan study, and I'll be going over that study and elements of that study and why we're very excited to implement recommendations from it. But the main things that we'll be discussing is the Crystal Bay to Incline Village Trail connection, Sand Harbor to Spooner Lake Trail, and Incline Village Mobility Hub. Additionally, we did a workforce housing study, and in 2021 had some really great outcomes from that study, and now have recommendations and a roadmap moving forward with those. So we initiated the Washoe County Tahoe Transportation Plan in early 2022, and it was approved by the Board of County Commissioners in 2023, and the main goals were to improve safety. The main street of Incline Village and Crystal Bay is on a highway. How can we improve safety on this highway and work with NDOT? So there's some great recommendations that are coming out of that. Expand connectivity. So many residents, we had hundreds of residents that participated in this study, talked about how trails just end and then there is no trail. So you have to walk on a roadway or in landscaping. And so working on investing on our trail system, which we call a trail system in Washoe County. If you were in incorporated city, you'd call it a sidewalk, but that is some of the things that we're looking to invest in. Optimize mobility and parking. Parking is a huge issue in town, and figuring out how we can support both the visitor coming in and reducing them from driving into the basin, and also how we can support our working community members who are coming in to do the good work in really the backbone of Washoe County and Washoe Tahoe, and then strengthening our community vitality. And so you'll see that we are looking at working with a partnership on a Main Street program as well. So the Washoe County Transportation Plan, the recommendations, so we would like to see improved bus stops in the community. We have 2 fixed route transportation options that come into the community, as well as a microtransit program, which you heard a lot about when Douglas County discussed their microtransit. So we also have a similar program in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. And so we are working with RTC, who is our partner. As you can hear, there are so many partners at Lake Tahoe. So the Washoe County RTC is a partner with these bus stops and with our transportation plan with Placer County, who runs the fixed route portion that goes year-round in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. Additionally, multi-use path connectivity, not only through the town of Incline Village and Crystal Bay, but to connect Crystal Bay and Incline Village. And one major issue that we're seeing is Incline Village becomes the thoroughfare for visitors to Sand Harbor coming out from Highway 431. And we want to see how we can ensure that this highway is not being clogged up by vehicles and creating emergency issues or evacuation issues. And so we have some proposed solutions that you'll see later in the presentation. And then winter multi-use path maintenance. This is something that we struggle with every year, both with staffing and ensuring that our equipment is kept up to date with ensuring that even if we have the path, that we are clearing it from snow. I hear from residents of, you haven't cleared the path yet, and our priority is to get to the roads and then the paths, but I'd like to see that Washoe County do the roads and the paths on parallel, because we have so many people that don't drive drive. We have youth in the community, and these are major highways, and we don't want people unsafe walking in the highways. And then transit service and parking, we can do so much better with transit, but we just have to fund it. So figuring out those funding formulas is something that I know you heard from TRPA, and I'd love, as chair of TTD, the Tahoe Transportation District, if we could make a presentation, because there are so many transportation needs to this committee in the future. We would be honored to do so. Additionally, we are working with NDOT on State Route 28 intersection improvements to slow the traffic down, to ensure that there's better pedestrian connectivity on that highway, and then improve local intersection and roadway safety. We have a Main Street program. We're working with the Incline Village Crystal Bay Business Association. The county gave them a grant to support a Main Street coordinator, and they are working to bring some recommendations to Washoe County on what that Main Street program could be, and bringing in grants as well. And then there's some technology and data needs that we also need to collect. So on the Incline Village Mobility Hub, this is one of many hubs that are proposed throughout the Lake Tahoe Basin for both visitors and our locals. So we support a microtransit program in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. Right now, there is no place to even park those 3 vans. We have them parked at the substation. We need a place for EV charging, vehicle parking, and then we also need a bathroom, just a public bathroom for people to go. So right now we're using the old elementary school that was sold to the Tahoe Transportation District by the school district, and Assemblywoman Taylor, I think, was on that board during that time, so you remember that all too well. And but we are doing some discovery to see what is the best location for this mobility hub. We started a mobility hub committee, received a lot of input, and now it's been brought back to the Tahoe Transportation District Board, and we will be considering that input and bringing forward some proposals and different locations. We're trying to see if we can work with UNR and some other partners, because there are concerns that the community has about that location for a permanent mobility hub, and trying to find the right use. The other great thing about that location is it could possibly be a workforce housing location. I know that Senator Daley, the chairman, was asking about public properties for workforce housing. That's also something that the Tahoe Transportation District Board heard loud and clear from the community, and could be a potential partnership down the road. The Crystal Bay to Incline Village trail connection. When I lived in Lake Tahoe, I worked at the Lake Tahoe Shakespeare Festival, and many of our actors and stage managers and different workers lived in Crystal Bay temporarily for the summer, and then commuted on bicycles to the Sand Harbor. Well, as you can imagine, that's a very dangerous commute. So we actually received a grant to do a study on what this trail connection will look like, and this is a priority to support people from having to drive to Incline Village, and people to walk, and another opportunity for bicycles as well. So it's a major safety issue, and it will also help with parking and trail access, because Incline Village is getting inundated with that, and I'm sure you'll hear from the community on that. The other piece of the puzzle is our Sand Harbor to Spooner Trail Summit connection. So right now, everyone who wants to get on the East Shore Trail, and I don't know if this committee has been on that trail yet. It's a gem of the lake, but they are all coming into Incline Village. So none of that traffic is actually being distributed throughout different parts of Lake Tahoe. So the community is feeling that in a real way. So we'd like to see that there is plans for a mobility hub at Spooner, and to connect a trail from Spooner to Sand Harbor, so there's less pressure on the Incline Village and Crystal Bay community to carry all of the folks who are coming to, I think, our most visited or second most visited state park in Nevada. And so there are also going to be parking. There's parking planned. When you hear from the Forest Service, you'll hear about how we are planning on parking on some Forest Service properties to further distribute the parking and ensure that there's safety. I know that there's been some articles about public safety on Highway 28 when folks want to get on the beaches and there's kids running out and there's barely a spot, if you could even call it a spot. We want to get rid of a lot of that shoulder parking, create proper parking lots, and perhaps even incentivize people to use public transit to get into the basin. I have a quick video for y'all on workforce housing, if you'll allow it. And let's see if I can do it. There we go.
I really love my community. I love being able to go
Can y'all
anywhere.
hear that?
And I see someone I know.
I like the small town. It is gorgeous and it's serene.
I go back a long ways here. In '78, I bought a little house up here. Good community, but I see change in a different way now.
There's people who are up here who retired or they don't have to work anymore and they're just living their best life. And then there's the community of people that are working all the time and who struggle to live here. We call it poverty with a view.
I know many people, friends and mostly teachers who've had to move to Reno and Carson. We don't have subs. The schools here have a really hard time finding subs.
The real estate market is outside of what we can afford being first responders. We have 4 employees that live in town. Every seasonal employee commutes from Reno or Carson. There's a possibility that we may not get resources to an incident in a reasonable amount of time.
It'd be great if they had housing that was designated for teachers, firefighters, local restaurant workers, people who serve the community.
Housing, it gives people opportunity to be part of the community.
We need to create a sense of community for everybody.
For the future, I hope more of a togetherness, more of a not what I had done or what I have, but what I can contribute to help the community grow.
And if you saw, that was the Washoe Tahoe Housing Partnership. It's a partnership of our business leaders, our local community members, and Washoe County to see how we can support workforce housing in the community. We had a really cool graphic, but it was not accessible to the new requirements for the state of Nevada. So I will just walk you through this graphic. So essentially, depending on what you make in Incline Village or Crystal Bay, you cannot afford to live there. If you're in hospitality, you can afford about $1,000 a month. The current cost is $1,500 just for a studio. If you're a manager or supervisor, professional staff, it's the same thing, $2,000 per month, and it's $2,600 for a 1-bedroom. And then high-tech medical professionals and executive staff, they could afford $3,400 a year or $3,400 a month, and the cost per month now is $5,900. So it's a real issue in all major mountain communities, but certainly we're feeling it in our portion of Washoe Tahoe. And so our goals is to build community understanding and support for housing, to finance housing, raise public and private dollars for housing, and to look at redevelopment and development possibilities and properties, and then update policies, because even though TRPA does, they are the main guide of the Washoe Tahoe area plan, Washoe County has an opportunity to make changes within our own plan. So we will be conducting those policy changes to support workforce housing in the next year, and there will be a lot of community engagement, and so I'm really looking forward to making those changes on the Washoe County County side, and then programs to support workforce housing needs. Placemat, I'm hoping we'll be executing a contract with them through Washoe County and our ARPA dollars. And what they do is they give one-time funding to people who have short-term rentals, the Airbnbs or VRBOs, and or folks who just don't even open that, they barely use their house. We give them an incentive, a cash incentives to improve their house or to do what they want with their house, and then we support them with getting workforce into the home. So this is being used throughout the basin, and Washoe County is working on executing a contract with them. So that's one of many programs that we'll be looking to engage with. And so I have some links to all of the transportation plan, the TTD mobility hub information, as well as the housing roadmap if you want to check that out at a later time. And it's been an honor to present. Thank you so much for asking the counties to present. I've learned a lot listening to the other counties and their issues, and look forward to engaging with any questions you may have.
Questions from the committee? No. Senator Titus.
Thank you very much. Just curious about the bike path that was put in. That's been really well-intentioned, well-received, well-used, but that whole concept about parking is really a question. And so was there never a thought about where are these people going to park when they come up to visit this?
I think the one problem that I'm finding really deep, doing a deep dive on Tahoe issues as a commissioner is that all of these projects are done piecemeal. There's one vision about how this will all be connected, but it's only as the funding comes in. So sadly, the idea of Spooner, that is going to be another mobility hub. Working with the RTC transportation, I'm on that board, and I am pushing for us to do a park and ride up to Incline Village and Crystal Bay and incentivize people to not drive up there. So I think, yes, there was an idea that, we don't need as much parking because we'll have the transit or they'll park at Spooner. But of course, these projects are just slowly coming online. And so, yes, it's just as the funding comes in and long term, I think the vision is that we're going to get fewer vehicles on the road because we're going to incentivize that public transit, but it takes time and it's a very difficult thing. I'm like, why hasn't anyone figured this out? And now that I'm in it, I'm like, oh, it's because it's very hard.
Quick question about the elementary school that was closed. Are you having a drop in your student population in that area that you would close the school?
The school district is looking at that for the middle school. I cannot speak to that in detail because that's just not my realm, but that is an issue that I'm hearing. But we do have other private schools in the community and other private schools that are actually asking to open in the community.
Any questions down south? Okay, not seeing any. So I'll ask a question similar to the one I asked Douglas County regarding their conventioner and visitor authority and various things. I know Reno Sparks Convention and Visitor Authority is a different deal. Washoe County's part of that. Incline, the major population on the Nevada side, at least, is all in Incline, excluding South Lake Tahoe. That's in California. But so similar question: how do they view the development side versus the environmental side? How much are they saying because they want to pull some of that away or majority of it away, or even significant resources that are generated in the basin into Reno Sparks? And so where are they at on that?
Well, that's a great question. I sit on the RSCVA board, and we have asked for the RSCVA to give some additional funding to microtransit. The board has approved our first fiscal year request. I think we'll be bringing another request to the RSCVA board, but the need is so great. Right now, and you'll hear this if the Tahoe Transportation District Board comes to present to this committee, but we don't have a dedicated source of revenue for our public transit. transit. So RTC, it's a gas tax and also our sales tax. And so there is an issue that we have not figured out a way to pay for transit. The need is much greater than the 300 and some odd thousand that RCVA gave us. We're trying to pull together funding as a partnership, but I think the issue is that the North Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, who is in Incline Village and Crystal Bay, they receive only a small portion of the portion that is generated by our tourists to their visitor authority. And so I think that there may be opportunities for the RCVA to put a little bit more into destination stewardship long term, because that's really what the focus needs to be for Tahoe. We've got the visitation. I don't think we need to market Tahoe. We know that, Tahoe is a place that people want to go to. It's the issue is managing the visitation and managing the impact of the visitation. So Washoe County, I think we put about $400,000 into microtransit this last fiscal year. I don't know if my board will support that. Again, we need to find a funding source. So whether it's tourism, whether it's a sales tax situation, I mean, there's got to be a dedicated source of funding. The other issue is our transit is free in Tahoe, and I think that's a discussion that we need to have. In Reno and Sparks, you pay to take the bus, not a lot, but you do pay. And so is that something that we need to look at? But these are big questions and issues. But I think that, it would be great if the Visitors Authority wanted to give a bit more to Incline Village and Crystal Bay for all of our major needs, including housing.
Understood. So you mentioned 300,000 that RFCVA put in towards your deal, which was your request. How much is generated in the valley versus what they're putting in? And obviously, you probably don't need to market the lake, is the way you're saying, but I know that the Biltmore is going to be doing renovation and opening. There's going to be more rooms, and that's already established. So it's not like there's going to be that great of an impact. They'll have to do the modernization and various things and limit their impact through the TRPA rules. Same thing with Calneva is coming back online. So there is additional expansion. There's going to be more revenue. Is the RSCVA saying, no, we're going to keep it all down in Reno and spend it to get people to come to Reno Sparks, which is not a bad thing. We want that. But are they making the proper or fair investment in the lake is the question, and you'll take that message back that I asked that question, right?
I'm going to take it back. We have a meeting on Thursday. I think they are part of the destination stewardship committee that was created for Lake Tahoe that I think Julie touched on. So they are supporting in that way, understanding that our visitors and our locals are making an impact at Lake Tahoe. And I think that there's opportunity to certainly do more and support additional cleanups at Lake Tahoe and transit and housing. I will say, I don't know if there's going to be more revenue generated. It will be interesting to see with the Calneva coming online and the Biltmore redevelopment coming online, if there's going to be more TOT or tourism revenue coming in, or if people will kind of move from short-term rentals to going to hotels, and hopefully, that use will decrease as well. But it'll be an interesting thing to see. We're really in a transition time right now, but I will take that back. Thank you, Senator.
I think you're going to see an increase. Not a decrease or a shift. That's just my prediction. We'll see. Time will tell.
Sure.
I know you talk about funding for RTC and various things in Washoe County. We've had the various questions, and I sat on a Blue Ribbon Committee years ago trying to look at transit. It's just a Western thing. People don't like it as much. Reading the compact, I know you can't put a fee for entering the basin and various things, and I don't know that's you wouldn't want some type of a toll anyway. But I know we did, I think it was WC5 many years ago, that then put in the gas tax, which we have in Klein in Washoe County. But as for specific roads and various things, I don't know that is an opportunity or not, because I know it was very specific when they passed that on what the drivers were for that. In transit wasn't part of it. When we tried a separate measure for transit, it failed. Wanted like a 0.25%, or we think it was even less than that on sales tax, and it didn't pass. So we do have to get past those humps, but maybe another ballot question along that side just for the basin transportation. I know you had a couple other ideas. I look forward to exploring what they might be if it takes some legislation.
Thank you. That's great.
So any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And we will move to item 10, agenda item 10, which is closing remarks. So that concludes our presentations. Thank you, everybody, for coming again. So now, having heard some of that, I wanted to put on the agenda to hear from our members if there are any other ideas, topics, various things that you'd like to see addressed this interim. As I said before, we're going to talk to DOT. We're going to follow up with the counties and TRPA. We may ask them to come back and give us more information. I know we're going to hear from NDOW, invasive species issues and various things. I think we reached out to the Washoe tribe if they wanted to participate in various things. So I didn't know if there was somebody else now, having heard some of these questions, if there's some other issues or agencies or people you'd like to invite to give us some other information. I think maybe we want to talk to the RSCVA and the Douglas County visitor authorities, get their perspectives on what their priorities are. So with that, I'll ask the rest of the committee if they have any ideas or suggestions. Yeah, go ahead, up here in the north first.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate all the presentations today. Definitely need a deep dive into the transit authorities and their plans for sure. And then thank you, you already mentioned it, but definitely need to get on the list. I'd like to hear from the Tahoe the special event center there in South Lake Tahoe. I think it's critical. And one fun thing, and you just mentioned it, I think not just fun, but really important. On my drive in this morning, as I live in Smith Valley and came up today, I drove by in the Gardnerville area. I go through the Washoe lands, and one of the workers was in one of their work trucks, and a sticker on the back said, "Keep Tahoe Washoe." We see so many of the stickers that say "Keep Tahoe Blue," and when I saw that, and you know how appropriate for me to come to this committee and see that, so having the tribes get a chance, the tribes to share some of their hopes, their concerns would be great. Thank you, Chair.
Assemblywoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the list of agencies you mentioned covered those areas that came up today that I think generated more questions and concerns that would help me as a new committee member to learn more as we make these decisions going forward. So I think you got it.
Thank you. Senator Scheibel.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. I think that we have a great start today with this meeting. I'll echo Senator Titus's request that we hear from the tribal leaders and members of the tribes that occupy this area or have occupied this area historically, and I look forward to our next meeting.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Everything that has been stated, I agree with, and I look forward to our future meetings.
Okay, thank you. And if you guys think of something else between now and the next meeting or even a future meeting, feel free to reach out to me or committee staff, and we can get that in the works. I know we did already reach out to the tribes, speaking with our policy analyst to get that done. We haven't heard back from them yet, but maybe we will. And okay, so with that, we're looking at having our next meetings in the Tahoe Basin. All of the rest of our meetings at Tahoe Basin, we're going to try to plan some type of event, field trip, presentation in the first half, and then regular meetings similar to this in the afternoons as we move forward. So keep in mind that if you do think of something later, we want to hear about it as far as an idea for the committee to look over. So with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 11, which is the continuation of our public comment. So I don't know how many people we have here still, so what I'm thinking, it's 20 after. We'll take 30 minutes of public comment in person, and then we'll go to the phones if there are any, and then we'll come back if there's still people that want to make public comment after that. So again, we'll start with Southern Nevada first, if there's anybody in person that wants to give public comment. I see an empty room. Nobody's there, Vice Chair?
We are all alone.
Very good. We have plenty of people up here in the north, so please state your name for the record. Spell it if it's complicated. They always say to spell it, but if you got Smith, I think we can figure that out. And then we have 2 minutes. It's going to be timed, so you may begin when you're ready.
Hello, I'm Pamela Sigdinis. I'm a full-time resident on Nevada's North Shore. I have an answer to your question. First of all, it's lovely, and I'm delighted to be here with all of you today. An answer to who to meet with? Please come meet with the residents of the Tahoe communities. We would love to host you. Please come. Really, we would love to have you. I'm one of many residents, many of whom had to leave today. Encircling the lake, we feel a deep responsibility to be caring stewards of this national treasure. We are also not compensated to be here. In a completely bipartisan effort, many of us have volunteered thousands of hours to attend public meetings and to offer constructive, well-researched testimony with 2 goals in mind. The first, to protect Lake Tahoe from pollution and harm. And the second, to ensure the public safety of residents and visitors. I really want to underscore public safety. Chair Daley, you asked a very important question earlier. I can answer it for you. What are the 2 priorities? The answer to your hierarchy question, public safety and the safety and well-being of the lake. Those are the 2 priorities. We look to our government to provide those things for us. You would think the TRPA would be our biggest ally, but that's not the case. When we asked TRPA directly, why isn't it doing more to prioritize the lake's health and the public safety, we are told, and I quote, the developers are the TRPA's customers. That would make the originators of the TRPA roll over in their graves. The agency has lost any pretense of being an independent environmental agency. In the past decade, TRPA's leadership has retooled to prioritize developers. They are bringing harm to the lake.
Wrap it up. Your 2 minutes. If you can wrap it, you can submit the rest of whatever you have in writing.
I just want to say this agency does harm by creating greater demand. We really need your oversight. Please dive in. We want to spend time with you, all of you. Please, we beg you. We're here because we care about the lake. We need your oversight. Thank you. By the way, if you haven't read my article, I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Dana Tibbetts, Tahoe East Shore Alliance. Thanks for your patience. I hope you hear what we've stayed all day to say to you. In my opinion, we are quickly approaching a tipping point into deep economic and environmental collapse from which Lake Tahoe may not recover. TRPA's failure to manage the fundamentals is leading to total brand crisis, as Fodor's No List has told the world. Let's be clear, Tahoe is just a brand to TRPA. It's not a national treasure, but a golden calf. There aren't enough consultants in all of Wood Rogers to reverse this trend. They're all too busy creating big plans, grand schemes, and dazzling visual aids for TRPA's next big overreach, spending millions in taxpayer dollars on things most of us taxpayers don't want. Judging by Wood Rogers' 28-page contract for the US 50 CMP we've talked about today, they are bound by that contract to deliver only plans in full compliance with those TRPA objectives. So multimodal bike paths on US 50 align nicely with their Safety First campaign, but evacuation considerations, they're not even mentioned. Farming out planning to consultants enables TRPA to avoid accountability, liability, environmental reviews, and meaningful public interface. By running projects through multiple agencies and a complex of auxiliary organizations, TRPA is able to operate under the radar, unencumbered by messy regulatory constraints, public opinion, or transparency requirements. Hence the flurry of these public-private partnerships that have sprung up in recent years. So many you can't even count them. These veiled entities shield TRPA development schemes and financial transactions from public view and your oversight. They also obscure the only kind of trail that TRPA wants to keep hidden, their money trail.
Wrap up, please.
As the Oversight Committee, you are our only and perhaps last hope of turning this ship of state before it's too late. Thank you, and please add my comments to the record.
Give them to our staff, and we'll make sure we put your full remarks in.
Sorry?
So if you give a copy to
I
our
shall.
staff,
Yes, I will.
they'll put the full remarks in the minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Miner, 25-year resident of Incline Village and past president of the Incline Village and Crystal Bay Historical Society. In 2004, in what in retrospect was one of the most controversial and ill-advised decisions ever, the TRPA handed down a determination that using a private residence as a commercial lodging for short-term rentals was a permitted residential use of the property, and it left it to the counties around the lake to work out the details. You've all heard of the peril of unanticipated consequences. This decision was made without benefit of an environmental impact assessment or study, EIS they're called, on the basis of planning staff research and the use of so-called environmental checklists. And it must be said, it had copious lobbying by real estate and building development interests and a minimum of public input and debate. That said, there are currently several major projects pending at Lake Tahoe which should require by law approval by the TRPA. TTD's Bus Hub initiative, which is a boondoggle in the making right now, mitigating the impact of tourism on the Tahoe Basin, promoting affordable housing, the building of accessory dwelling units supposedly to provide workforce housing. The TRPA Oversight Committee needs to request that the Nevada Legislature require an EIS before any of these projects can be permitted, period. Finally, every time an area plan is amended or modified, the TRPA needs to conduct an environmental impact assessment. They continue to refuse to observe their own rules to do this. Thank you.
You're wrapping up? Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Titus, for your comments. They're right on.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Janine Nair for the record, November Yankee Radio Echo. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm a resident of the Tahoe Basin in Douglas County, and I'm here today because I have technical concerns with how TRPA is driving decisions that are counter to the health of the lake and the community. Having spent a career as part of teams developing and designing highly complex systems, the key for each successful program was the function of systems engineering, the function which looks at the effects of each part on one another to optimize and balance the requirements. It's critical because if you don't have systems engineering, you will have unintended consequences. As an example, approving developments, including the Tahoe Blue Center, new housing units in South Lake Tahoe without regard to evacuation is going to be a problem. Both were built with inadequate parking to cover the occupancy. Obviously, there was no thought given to evacuations. In fact, it's clear that the inadequate parking provision was partly driven to further justify the urgency for funding for various transportation systems. We were very lucky in Caldor, but next time, we may not be so lucky. If the fire starts in Tahoe during an event at the Tahoe Blue Center, where no one's driven, they've all taken buses, how do we evacuate those people? Whose responsibility is it? If an evacuation is called at 2 a.m. near the low-income housing, who evacuates the people in the low-income housing if they have no provision for any transportation? On another front, it's funny, people talk about reducing the vehicle miles driven by residents, but yet no one's asked residents what they could do to help vehicle miles traveled. I'm not sure if you're aware, but every one of us in Douglas County has to drive to the post office every day to get our mail. Why can't somebody talk to the postmaster and say, get a couple of those really efficient vehicles and deliver mails to the neighborhoods? That would keep a lot of locals off the street every day. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Learnhardt, Zephyr Cove. I would like to tag on to the Jennifer Davidson's and Scott Morgan's presentation about microtransit at the South Shore. I would like to expand the background, how it came about, and what I, as a resident, ask you to do, because this is a quick thing that you can fix. The Douglas County contributes the lion's share per year, $600,000 to the funding of the Lake Link, which is the company that provides the ride service. It's free, as was mentioned by Alexis Hill. This money comes from the TOT, or Transient Occupancy Tax, that's generated at the Douglas County Lake District. TRPA has mandated that parts of these funds, the exact amount is variable, it's 0.5 to 1% of the total TOT, be given to Tahoe Douglas Visitor Authority, the sole owner of the South Lake Tahoe new event center. They in turn distribute it to the South Lake Tahoe non-profit called SSTMA, which is the operator of Lake Link. As a resident of Zephyr Cove, I must object to the neglect of our locals by not being included in the service area of Lake Link. This committee has the authority to direct TARPA to mandate Lake Link to serve Nevadans. Why else would we send our tax money to California? And as a resident in Zephyr Cove, I was ill after major surgery for 2 months in 2022 and could not travel. There was absolutely zero transportation. Thank God to Safeway, delivering home goods and groceries, and my friends that I could get taken care of. Thank you.
Hello, Legislative Committee. Thank you for your time and consideration. And my name is Niobe Burden Austere. I have a property owner in Tahoe Vista for since 1998 and a conservation photographer. I wrote 6 or 7 public comments, which I submitted by email to all of you a couple times probably now. And so I'm not going to go over those. Obviously, there's a lot of details in those public comments. They were comments that were submitted to TRPA in previous months and remain unanswered in a lot of cases. I just wanted to make sure that TRPA is made accountable for their responsibilities. I do want to point out the housing amendments that were passed last month and whether they are truly making that affordable housing available versus achievable, which I saw as a loophole. Achievable being for what they say is the missing middle, but there's no study saying exactly who those people are, what income levels they are. It just was, I see it as a loophole for market rate housing, and this needs to be looked at very carefully. In addition to that, why don't we, rather than support an orderly growth, as I keep hearing, why aren't we addressing sustainable growth? Consider the 80,000 people that the water districts are saying they are planning for, just in Carson alone. We have a huge number of lots of population growth in the area, not only not so much in Tahoe, but in Truckee and Reno and Carson. All these areas also affect the lake. In 2012 is when that development cap was put in place. in the regional plan. That's when the last environmental study was done. Maybe this needs to be reevaluated, considering the
If you could
capacity
wrap
changes
up,
as a
please.
result of climate change as well as the area.
2 minutes are up.
Please make sure that they are being accountable. Thank you very much, and
Thank-
speak to the community.
Thank you.
Good evening. Ellie Waller, I strongly urge you to request the bi-state consultation on transportation be reconvened. Transportation issues were front and center here. Much has changed since their last meeting, and review of their past recommendations and up-to-date funding strategies required their attention with possible guidance from this committee. I requested information on their last report. TRPA provided me the date 2019 is the last report. Additional information is available on the TRPA Transportation Program page, Sustainable Transportation Funding. The bi-state consultations do not have seated members. They are called by representatives of the two states on an ad hoc basis for advice to be given and views to be exchanged about a specific topic. Participants are selected depending on the topic. There may or may not be any sort of report from that consultation. I believe any meeting by the bi-state consultation group, when convened, reports should be mandatory, allowing the public and the agencies to access their work. In an upcoming committee session, an update on the status of the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funding is appropriate before this committee. This will be the last issuance as it sunsets in 2034. The need for this funding was touted at the Lake Tahoe Summit. The summit highlighted the collaboration of the bi-state, state, federal, private, etc. With so many issues rising to the level of importance and not addressed, in my opinion, how does TRPA and the local jurisdictions continue to spend millions and millions of dollars on unresolved issues? Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
And Chair and your committee, please, I want to let you know how much all of us appreciate all of you. The number one thing I think that has been stated here and why we are all here is the lake and the lake's health. Period. 100%. I just wanted to bring it to your attention, if none of you know. There was 38 lakes around the world tested for microplastics and pollution. Can any of you tell me what place Lake Tahoe came in? Where would you think that it would be? Out of 38 lakes globally that were tested, where do you think Lake Tahoe would be? Because of TRPA's great, saving of the lake. We are the third most polluted lake in the world for microplastics that were studied. I don't think Miss Reagan can smile too much under her watch to be number third. I would hope to us at least to be up above the 30s. Thank you for your time today and all of your effort. And please look into that case, Isaac Stecken versus TRPA. I think you will find it very enlightening. And I would like to say for children, the Children's Defense Initiative appreciates your time, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you.
Alex Sigdenis, TSI, GDI, NOS, again, a resident of North Lake Tahoe. I'd like to finish by saying please use your oversight, influence, and budgetary control to get TRPA focusing on the vital environmental mission it was formed to carry out. Specifically, we need TRPA to do the following: conduct an updated, comprehensive environmental impact study and determine the carrying capacity of the basin that reflects the dramatic changes in the basin's population, visitation, and climate. 2, develop a single, comprehensive wildfire evacuation plan in concert with responsible federal, state, and local agencies. 3, independently validate the cumulative impact of the environmental traffic evacuation of large developments rather than regarding each solely on an ad hoc basis, which is what they do now. And finally, as a public serving agency that receives state and federal monies, TPRA must adopt a strong conflict of interest and our code of conduct. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment? Okay, seeing none, broadcast, if we can go to the phone. I understand we have 3 callers on the phone. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Again, if you would like to speak in public comment, please press star 9 now.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Meyer. I'm the Chief Program Officer with the Tahoe Fund. I'm so sorry I could not be there in person tonight. I'm on the road, but I did want to call in to let you all know that the Tahoe Fund, since 2010, has been committed to providing a consistent source of philanthropic funds and representing the private community in supporting the Environmental Improvement Project. We have Environmental Improvement Project programs. We have already committed upwards of $2 million to the SR 28 Corridor Improvement Project. We are eager to see additional parking spaces added off highway so that we can get rid of that super dangerous on-highway parking. That is a priority of ours, as is supporting our public agencies as they increase the pace and scale of forest health treatment and contributing as much as we can to the destination stewardship efforts. So again, Caitlin Meyer, Chief Program Officer with the Tahoe Fund, just want to call and let you all know that we are standing ready to continue to provide philanthropic funding to the EIP efforts. To date, we've raised upwards of $20 million in philanthropic funds, and we've helped leverage over $100 million in public funding with that $20 million. So keep us in mind, and please know that we are standing by to support some of the incredible projects that we've talked about here today, and others moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller,
Again,
please.
if you would like to speak in public comment, please press star 9 now. Chair, you have no more callers wishing to speak at this time.
Thank you. Well, that went relatively quick. So we're up to our last agenda item, which is adjournment. So this concludes our meeting for today. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 8th, 2024. Likely be held offsite at the within the Tahoe Basin. We're looking at the TRPA conference room in State Line. Feel free, committee members, to reach out to staff or myself if you come up with some other groups or topics for us to discuss. With that, I'll bang my imaginary gavel and knuckle on the table and say, we're adjourned.
Careful, hurt yourself, sir.